Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone to the 2021 UCFER Annual Technical Review Meeting. My name is Omer Bakshi and I am the DOE Project Officer for the University Coalition for Fossil Energy Research. While we wait on, well, I see Brian Anderson is on, so that's good. Before we pass it off to the Director of Netl for introductory remarks, I'm just going to go through a quick administrative update. This will basically just be a nuts and bolts overview of what to expect during the meeting, as well as the structure of the meeting as well. So Justin, if you could advance to the next slide. Great. So one thing I do want to mention is that this meeting is open to the public, and so accordingly, I do have to read some language before we get started. So before we get started today, I have some DOE security requirements to fulfill by telling everyone here this meeting is considered open to the public. That has a specific meaning for DOE to include both our federal employees and members of our site support contractor community. It means the purpose of this meeting has been examined during the planning stages, and NETL has made some specific determinations that affect our attendance. All information presented at this meeting must meet criteria for public sharing or have already been published and available in the public domain, or expects the material to be made available soon after the conclusion of the proceedings. Please do not communicate information that is considered official use only, proprietary, sensitive, restricted, or protected in any way during the presentations or during any sidebar or casual conversations, because foreign nationals who may be present today have not been approved for access to DOE information and technologies, the sensitive and proprietary information. So for NETL personnel today, the open to the public designation does not remove your obligation for personal reporting if warranted. The usual rules apply in that regard. So that is some language I was required to read here. If you guys turn your attention over to the handout section on the side panel of the GoTo webinar application, you'll see a tab that says Handouts. You can access the UCFER Annual Review Meeting agenda at any point during the meeting for reference. So I just want to mention a couple things. We will have several presentations we will have 2 presentations in our morning section. But overall, each technical presenter will be given 20 minutes to present their content. We do ask that you adhere to this time because as soon as we're done with one presentation, we'll be moving directly on to the next. The Q&A sessions will be held to address questions and answers and have discussions on all the presentations preceding it. So you can, as you can see, there will be 2 presentations, 2 20-minute presentations this morning under coal beneficiation, and then there will be a 10-minute Q&A to discuss the content of both of those presentations. So while you're presenting, just be mindful that you do only have 20 minutes and that we will give 2 time warnings, one for 5 minutes and one for 1 minute. If you'll turn your attention again to the side panel, you'll see a questions tab. Please submit all your questions through that tab. If you are unable to do so, then you may use the chat feature. So moving on to the next slide, that's all I really had in terms of nuts and bolts. I just want to give some acknowledgements. The UCFER staff has been instrumental in getting the word out and making sure all the presentations were available, and I just want to acknowledge them. Bruce Miller, Elizabeth Wood, Kelly Rhodes, Jennifer Lear, and Jennifer Matthews. And on the NETL side, I would just want to acknowledge Lauren Timko, who has been a tremendously valuable asset in terms of providing site support for UCFER. I want to acknowledge Shamlal Madhava, or Sham for short, as the NETL technical point of contact for UCFER. Karen Blaney for helping us on the registration end of things and creating the landing pages, and Justin Solly as our tech wizard here for the webinar itself. He is on hand to advance the slides and address any technical issues that we may run into. So in the interest of time, that is my 5-minute portion of this first 15-minute slot. So why don't we just pull up Brian's presentation, and if we can get Brian unmuted, we will give him the floor.
Well, thank you so much, and appreciate everyone who's here today, and also appreciate the contributions of the universities to the fossil energy mission, to NETL. And I haven't had a chance in about nearly 2 years for us all to get together in person and discuss the future of fossil energy technology. And so I'm going to take the remaining 9.5 minutes or so, try to set a good example for the presentations to stay on time, and give some highlights of where we're going at NETL, and then finally, really again, just thank all the scientific contributions, the collaborations, the universities that are here represented in UCFER have a long history of working with us at NETL and the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. And with that, we can go to the next slide. I did want to mention that we are now the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management within the Department of Energy. Adding carbon management is an important aspect of what we had always done. And can we go ahead and advance the slides to the next slide?
Sorry, there seems to be a delay.
Pardon me?
Sorry, Brian, there appears to be a bit of a delay on Justin's end. There we go.
Okay. All right. And in terms of, NETL, we're one of the 17 national laboratories. We're the one dedicated to the mission of the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. And we work really closely with our partner laboratories across the country within the fossil energy and carbon management mission, as well as on a lot of other projects that even span from the basic sciences and the Office of Science through applied sciences, in, say, for example, material science that have applications in not just FE, but in nuclear energy and in EERE. So on the next slide, if we can. As you know, we are the only government-owned, government-operated laboratory of the 17, which gives us a really unique opportunity to support programs in fossil energy and other programs. But I want to draw some attention to the mission. We've revised our mission to better reflect what we do at NETL, and it's to drive innovation and deliver solutions for our prosperous energy and environmental future. And so it is about combining the efforts toward environmental sustainability and a prosperous energy future with reliable, resilient, and affordable energy that supports our economy and national security. And I wanted to call out within our mission specifically about developing technologies to manage carbon across the full life cycle. And today we're going to hear about it in beneficial uses of coal, carbon capture, carbon sequestration. And when we think about full life cycle, it is going back to the life cycle assessment of our development and use of our energy resources as a whole. So next slide, there's a reminder, as NETL being the go-go laboratory, I guess we'll have the delay, I'll talk off of it. We have program offices that we support in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, Advanced Coal and Carbon, and Natural Gas and Oil. And we have a set of core competencies. Like if we have an opportunity to get to slide 4, it'll be easier for folks to see. We have a set of core competencies that are supported in our in-house research, and certainly you've collaborated with over the UCFER lifetime in computational science and engineering, materials engineering and manufacturing, geologic and environmental systems, energy conversion engineering, and strategic systems analysis and engineering, and program execution and integration in project management. And when we take these core competencies together, we can apply them to many different technological challenges, much like you do at the university. And so that's where we have really had a focus on investing inside Netl in our capabilities and our competencies because they have applications in many different spaces. And you can see it in the program offices we support. In EERE, the vehicles program we've supported for many years, in buildings and geothermal, and we support geothermal in both research and in project management, and same thing with advanced manufacturing. And then Office of Electricity and Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response goes back to the energy, environmental sustainability, and affordability with a resilient, reliable energy system as a whole. When you look at the technologies we work on across the entire lab system and specifically at Netl. So on the next slide, I will talk about some initiatives that we have as part of our annual lab planning process. We've identified 4 strategic initiatives enabled by 4 key laboratory initiatives. These strategic initiatives are in the technology areas that we are advancing technologies in carbon management, and that includes carbon dioxide removal, direct air capture. We're going to hear a little bit about biomass co-firing and carbon capture, or BECCS. And so carbon management from point sources as well, certainly from CO2 emission point sources. The integrated energy systems for deep decarbonization is the overall approach that 3 laboratories, the Netl, Idaho National Lab, and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the 3 applied labs, we're working together toward integrated, deeply coupled hybrid energy systems where we can couple the energy production from nuclear and renewables and fossil together with not just the electric grid, but also transportation systems, the industrial sector and commercial sector, and hydrogen is a key enabler in that. And so at the laboratory, another initiative is how hydrogen becomes a key enabler through investments in the infrastructure space and R&D in infrastructure for hydrogen, including storage, as well as decarbonized hydrogen production, like blue hydrogen from producing hydrogen from methane and capturing the CO2, or even turquoise hydrogen producing solid carbon through pyrolysis. And we use AI throughout, artificial intelligence and machine learning. The key laboratory initiatives are areas that we're investing in at the laboratory. We're investing in alloys. We have for the last 75 years. And we are continuing a focus in investing in an advanced alloy signature center, as well as our science-based artificial and machine learning institute, known as SAMI. We've invested in the microwave reaction technology to enable many different reaction pathways, as well as even CO2 capture, material regeneration, and a center for sustainable fuels and chemicals, a way that we can add sustainability, full life cycle sustainability to the chemical sector and the fuel sector through all of the above: hydrogen, carbon capture and sequestration, microwave technologies, the alloys that enable process intensification, and science-based artificial intelligence and machine learning. And so if we go to the next slide, is our snapshot of Netl. 1,000 R&D projects, 50 states, about $5 billion of total award value. And you can see our workforce split between federal and contractor workforce. We're all one Netl team, all driving toward the mission that we talked about earlier. And then quickly on the last two slides that I'm going to hit is our Netl budget. The FY21 budget that we just closed out last week was just over $1 billion. You can see most of the support in the area of fossil energy and advanced coal and carbon management, natural gas and oil and FE program support, but certainly the non-fossil programs in EE, that's geothermal, vehicles, buildings, and CSER and Office of Electricity. That was the 21 budget. We're still waiting on, we got a CR, we're waiting on the 22 budget, but that's a snapshot of what we do at Netl. And then the very last slide is our philosophy as the applied, one of the 3 applied laboratories is that we're driving toward commercialization. And it takes the full scale of discovery science and development, which is why we must partner with universities like through UCFER. You guys come up with great ideas at the discovery science level, at low TRL levels, and we work for the commercialization pathway all the way through demonstration and development with our industry partners. And so that's a reminder of who we are at NETL. We can go to the last slide. I don't know if there are any questions, but I wanted to just show you how the history of NETL in supporting Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management is as real and relevant today and in the future, and particularly when we try to decarbonize our society and decarbonize the electricity sector by 2035 and the entire economy by 2050. We need advances in these fossil energy and carbon management technologies. And so I thank each and every one of you who are here from the University Coalition for Fossil Energy Research. Certainly thank the folks at Penn State for leading this coalition. And Bruce, thank you so much for your leadership role that you exhibit in this. And I truly appreciate the advances and innovations that you're bringing to the table through UCFER. So with that, thanks. I'll pass it back to you, Omar.
Thank you so much, Brian, and apologies for the delays early on, but it looks like we made good time anyway. Really appreciate that. Hopefully we won't hopefully the delays won't present as much of an issue as we move throughout the agenda today. So speaking of the agenda, the next person up is Bruce Miller. He is the principal investigator or the lead for the Penn State operations management team, and he will give an overview of the state of the coalition. So Bruce, is your mic okay?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to thank Brian and Omer for the welcome remarks and the administrative update. And I too want to welcome all the participants in this meeting. And I want to repeat something Brian said, and that is, the success of UCFER is a result of the PIs from the various universities and the excellent work that you guys are doing, along with the support that I receive from Penn State, especially our operations management team. Next slide, please. For those of you who attended last year's meeting, some of this presentation is going to look familiar, but with updated information and statistics. But for a lot of you, this is going to be your first introduction to UCFER with your new projects. Some of my slides are busy, and I won't spend a lot of time on those, but this presentation is going to be available after the meeting. And I wanted to get this information out there so you can look at some of this information at your convenience. And today I'm going to give a little bit of a background to UCFER and its organizational structure. We'll touch upon the research focus, funding, and status. Collaboration in this program has been key, whether it's collaboration among universities or with NETL. Then I'm going to discuss the impact of the program and go over some outreach activities. Next slide, please. Okay, got a little dark. There we go. Penn State, we led a team of 9 universities that responded to an NETL solicitation, and this team was selected for funding in 2015. Then 2 years later, we added 7 more universities, but we did have one of the founding universities drop out after that. Now, I don't normally read slides, but I'm going to here with the goals and objectives just because these are difficult to paraphrase. The goals of UCFER are to advance basic and applied energy research and to promote university NETL collaboration for more efficient and more environmentally friendly utilization of coal, oil, and natural gas for fuels, chemicals, and materials. And the objectives are to identify, select, execute, review, and disseminate knowledge from university-based research that will improve the efficiency of production and use of fossil energy resources while minimizing the environmental impacts, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, including carbon capture, storage, and utilization, and advancing the production of value-added chemicals and materials from fossil resources. And we have, UCFER has a website, as you all know, and on that you can get more details on the background and the organizational structure and operation. Next slide, please. Well, this slide shows the wide geographical distribution of the participating universities. And these universities, they bring a wide variety of fossil fuel related expertise to the table. And what I was going to mention here is that we've had 6 rounds of solicitations, and the new members have been able to participate in the last 4. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, the organizational chart is sitting on top of the universities. Well, I don't know. Yeah, there you can go. I wasn't sure if you could see this, but we're organized around a director who's assisted by the operations management team. And we work closely with the executive council, which consists of 3 members, 3 university members and 2 DOE members, a technical advisory council, and a core competency advisory board. The research is focused around NETL's 5 core competency areas that you saw Brian discuss, which are shown here in the middle. But specific details on the operational aspects can be found in the website, which goes into more detail. Because of limited time, I'm not going to go into that. Next slide, please. The Technical Advisory Council and the Core Competency Advisory Board, as you can see, they're made up of a member from each university. Now, the duties of these 2 councils, it's decreased considerably because we've completed our 6 solicitation rounds. I'm listing the current members here, so it's both to thank them and for the new participating faculty to see who their university representatives are. And part of that is there's a lot of information on the UCFER website under the members only section, and every university has their own login information, and all the TAC and CCAB members have that information, so you can get it from them or you could email us. Next slide, please. Well, what is slowly, there we go. This shows a timeline of the major activities of the program, and the different colors refer to the 6 different solicitations, and they're all in groups of 3 where the RFP closed, final projects was selected, and the project started. And as you can see, the last set of projects started here in early 2021. So the latter part of this is going to be slightly empty because now we're going into the mode where we're just finishing up some of the existing projects. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a slide that probably is more of interest to most of the people. There are 12 topic areas have been funded through 6 rounds of solicitations. There's nearly $17 million in funding available. Through these rounds, solicitation rounds, we've had 259 proposals submitted requesting $67 million in funding. And 43 projects have been awarded through this program. And as you can see from the pie chart, most of the funding was in the areas of carbon use and reuse, carbon storage, carbon capture, fuel cell technologies, cross-cutting research and analysis, advanced combustion, and coal beneficiation, advanced coal processing. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the funding that was available, the number of proposals submitted, and the number of projects that were funded, and the proposal success rate for each round of solicitations. And as you can see here on the very right-hand column, the success rate in funding ranged from 14 to 24%, with an overall success rate of nearly 17%. I don't know how this historically compares to other NETL funding. I was going to ask Omer before the meeting, but forgot that maybe that is something he could tell us if he knows later during the meeting. And next slide, please. Here are some additional proposal and projects analytics, and this is broken down by technology line, not by, not by the solicitation round. And the areas of carbon use and reuse, carbon storage, and carbon capture had about 30 to 50 proposals submitted with 4 to 12 projects funded. And they were followed by coal beneficiation, advanced coal processing, fuel cell technologies, and advanced combustion, with 15 to 25 proposals submitted and 3 or 4 projects funded. But this gives a detailed breakdown of each of the research areas. Next slide, please. Okay, I have summarized all 6 rounds. I'm going to go over these fairly quickly because of time. But as you can see, these show the research areas, the PI, and the university receiving the funding. It has the titles and the progress. You can look at these slides later to see the specific project titles. But I also want to point out, in the members only section, quarterly reports are posted, and when a final report comes in, they are removed and the final reports are put up there. So that is for your information. And as you can see here, the round 1 projects, there were 6 projects, all have been completed. The areas that were funded were carbon storage, carbon use and reuse, and cross-cutting research and analysis. And the funding here went to faculty at USC, Wyoming, Princeton, Penn State, and MIT. And remember, the first 2 rounds were only with the founding members. Next slide, please. All the round 2 projects have been completed. There were 6 projects here as well. These were in advanced combustion, carbon capture, oil and gas, and natural gas infrastructure. And the recipient universities were Texas A&M and Penn State and Virginia Tech. Next slide, please. Of all the rounds, this was the biggest round, both in the amount of funding available, but also in the number of proposals that we had to handle. But 11 projects were funded here, 10 of which are completed, and 1 project will be completed next month. And this had more technology areas: advanced combustion, carbon capture, storage, use and reuse, fuel cell technologies, and gasification. And this is when the additional universities were also on board. So you're starting to see some other universities receiving projects. Here we have Texas A&M, Pitt, UND, USC, Louisiana State University, and West Virginia University. Next slide, please. This is the round 4 projects. Of the 6, 1 has been completed and is going to be presented shortly under coal beneficiation. And in addition to coal beneficiation, there's carbon storage, cross-cutting research, and fuel cell technologies as the research areas. And faculty from Virginia Tech, UND, Carnegie Mellon, Princeton, and Penn State were recipient faculty. And next one, please. Well, in round 5, as it's slowly, I'll pull up mine. In round 5, similarly, there were 7 projects funded. They were in the areas of carbon capture, gasification systems, natural gas technologies, and rare earth elements. And all of these are in progress. And the PIs came from Virginia Tech, Pitt, Texas A&M, Utah, Carnegie Mellon, and Penn State. Could we go to the next one, the round 6? I'm just concerned of falling behind here, so I'm there. There we go. That's great. In the round 6, we have 7 projects that were funded in the areas of cross-cutting research, advanced coal processing, and carbon capture. We have run into a little problem here, especially with foreign nationals. These projects were all to start February 1. You can see under the progress side, some of them have slipped a little bit, and I definitely know one of them on here is incorrect because I have on here when the subcontract is executed, but the foreign national approval for the PI didn't come in until August. So some of these have been delayed in their start, and one project, one subcontract isn't even executed yet. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide shows the status of the funded projects. I know they were on the previous one, but this just summarizes them. Of the 43 funded projects, 23 have been completed, 19 are ongoing, and 1 is yet to begin. But we have 5 of the projects, ongoing projects, that are to be completed before the end of the year. 8 of the ongoing projects are going to be completed by mid next year. And the final 7 projects from round 6, they're to be completed in early 2023. Although, as I stated, 1 project has not started yet. And I realized early on, or not early on, but because of the pandemic,
Bruce, I think your audio cut out. Let's see if I can. Apologies, everyone, for the technical issues. I see that Bruce's audio is still going, but we cannot hear him, so.
slide.
There we go.
Now, I just finished this one, status of funded projects. I need the next one. Okay, where it's coming in. Okay, well, what this next slide is going to show is one of the, okay, here we go. One aim for UCFER was to promote collaboration among universities. And we had 11 collaborations through the first 3 rounds of solicitations in the proposals, and 2 of them were funded. Penn State and Princeton, Texas A&M, and Princeton. Next slide, please. And what this shows is we had another 11 collaborations on proposals for rounds 4 through 6, and one of those proposals was funded, the Wyoming and Penn State. Next slide, please. Now, collaboration with NETL. I mean, this was a requirement for all funded projects. This was, this is an extremely important requirement for all projects. And as you know, this was a heavily weighted review component of the proposals. And here are some of the examples of collaboration. NETL staff time to support the collaboration, consulting, technical guidance, sample analysis, and sample prep, internships at NETL, on-site testing and equipment usage at NETL, although I realize some of that got delayed, or I know there's definitely one project was not able to do that because of the pandemic. But the co-mentoring of students and co-authoring journal articles and conference papers was another collaborative effort. Next slide, please.
Hey, Bruce, we're clearly having some bandwidth issues. Appreciate you bearing with us here.
Okay, well, I think I can still finish on time because.
Yeah, if you want, you can speak on the next slide.
Well, unfortunately, that one's got some nice graphs, so I almost.
Okay, well.
But I can start. I'm pulling up my own slides here. Okay, what the next slide? It's one of two where I'm talking about impact of the UCFER program, because here we go. Because it's important. We feel it's important to show the positive impact of a program of this size. So what we've been doing is we go through your quarterly reports. We go through your final reports, and we'll even send emails at the end of the project asking some specific questions, but we're trying to get a feel for project participants and project products. And so the impact of this program is it established the first national university alliance in fossil energy research with a major collaboration effort with NETL that addresses NETL's specific R&D mission areas. And so as of late in September, we've had 237 participants. And as you can see from the graph, and as you would expect, the majority are faculty and graduate students. And along with some undergrad students, research staff, postdocs, and visiting scholars. And as you saw from a couple of tables earlier, about 8% of the proposals also had collaborations among coalition universities, with about 7% of the funded projects being collaborative university projects. And next slide, please. Cross your fingers. Okay, great. So what you see here is, well, the UCFER projects have also resulted in 10 CRADAs that have either been executed or are pending. And to be honest, I guess I should have talked to Ulmer because of people being limited, and I think in going back into the labs, I don't know how much is actually happening now with the universities coming on site at NETL. But we also had some non-coalition participants, which included 3 other universities and 12 companies. And they participated as subcontractor, providing cost share in a variety of ways, unpaid consultation and sample analyses, advisory board members, and providing samples and materials for testing. Now, and then you can see with the products, there's conference papers, journal articles, new products, techniques, patent applications, posters and presentations, software, and website. But one of the items we're having difficulty getting information on is to what level is the research by students resulting in theses? And that's okay, you can go on to the next one. Let's see, to what level it's resulting in theses or partial theses or undergraduate student projects. We request this information, at the end of the project, and we've received some nice responses, but I personally don't think the responses are complete. We're still working on this category, and so I'm going to ask you to keep this in mind when your project ends and we request this information. Outreach activities. One is we maintain a website. We try to keep it as up to date as possible. Last July, we hosted a session at the International Technical Conference on Clean Energy, Clearwater, where we had 7 presentations in one session. We prepare project summaries after projects are completed, and so to date there's 16. We have 16 of them prepared. And a new activity is we're trying to develop some success stories, and we've reached out to the PIs of completed projects for this. Next slide, please. The purpose of the Clearwater session, we wanted to provide an update of the UCFER program. Back in 2017, we had a paper there just describing, because we were early on, describing the program itself. But what we did last July is we wanted to showcase a range of projects and results. And our session started with an opening overview given by Penn State. And I want to thank Jennifer Matthews. She stepped in and gave it for me because I had a family emergency. But the overview paper was done, we prepared it along with input from Netl. It was a joint paper between Penn State and Netl. Next slide, please. Well, what we'll see on the next slide is it's a list of the 6 other presentations that were given as part of that session. And I had listed them because I thought it showed a nice range of the different types of research activities. We had papers that covered advanced combustion, carbon use and reuse, gasification, fuel cell technologies, coal beneficiation, and carbon storage. And these were papers by, here we go, you can see, these were papers prepared. I have listed here the PI and the university, but many of these papers were prepared with Netl collaborators. I just didn't put down the title and all the authors, but that information is up on our website. Yeah, why don't we go to the next one? And I suspect this one's going to hang up too. What the next slide is going to show, it shows the front and back page of an example, perfect, of a project summary. This was a project that was performed by MIT, and it was completed in the first round. But what we're doing is we're preparing these for every project after the final report's accepted. So far, we've had 16 of these prepared, and they're on our website. Several are under preparation for final reports that we received in the last 2 to 3 weeks. There was just a rash of completed projects recently, and so we'll be getting those completed fairly soon here. Next slide, please. Well, the next slide has to do with success stories. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a new activity, and we're exploring, preparing these success stories. Penn State's led 3 other NETL funded consortia in the past, and in those, we prepared some success stories that included things like new commercial products, reduced processing costs, etc. And so we are trying to do something similar with this consortia. And this is a non-inclusive list of information we've requested from the PIs of completed projects. So far, we haven't had any takers, but I'm mentioning this so that the new faculty here, you can keep this in mind for when your projects are completed. We would like to prepare a success story if you feel your work should fall in this category. And then finally, the next slide, which is an acknowledgement slide. With this program, there are so many people to be acknowledged. And I was concerned about missing someone and offending someone. So I've listed general areas on this slide that need acknowledging, which includes the NETL personnel, university participants, Penn State leadership, and Penn State support personnel. And with that, I don't know if we probably need, with that I'm done. I don't know, Omer, if there's time for any questions, or if we want to do that around the lunch break or the other Q&A sessions. I'd be happy to do either.
Hey, Bruce. Yeah, thanks for that. And again, I apologize. I don't know if the size of the slides themselves had any impact on the lag we've been seeing, but hopefully we do have reason to believe that maybe we'll have better luck in some of the next slides. So for Q&A regarding the state of the coalition, since we're at 11:45, let's table the Q&A and discussion on the general state of the coalition for the question and answer session before the lunch break.
Okay.
But thank you very much for that, and appreciate your patience with us on our end. Justin, if we could get Xiaodong's slides queued up. I see that he is off mute now, so his mic should be able to work. Xiaodong, are you there?
Hey, Omer. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Okay, so we'll get your slides pulled up real quick, and then
Okay.
you can just jump right into your presentation as soon as we get them up.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Xiaodong Hou from Institute for Energy Study, North Dakota, University of North Dakota. This morning, I will present I think the second time on this project. Our project is about to complete by the end of this month. So our project director is Dr. Michael Mann, and we have a couple of collaborators at UND Chemistry Department, Dr. Zhao, and I have a co-PI, Dr. Yong from a battery company. And our NETL collaborator is Dr. Matringo. And again, thank you, Omar Bakashi is our project manager. So this project is to prepare a silicon anode and then using lignite-derived graphene. Next one, please. And this is just a quick outline. I will just skip this. Thank you. Next one, please. Okay, a little bit introduction about our Institute for Energy Study. For those who don't know, we are one of the 8 units under College of Engineering and Mines founded in 2009. And like many other UCFER member university, we in the past we heavily work on the fossil energy, and now we move a little bit on some new territory too. So on the right, you can see the current priority of our research is these 3: using fossil energy, fossil fuel in a carbon-constrained environment and carbon management, where we cover those valuable or critical materials like rare earth element, and build a renewable energy portfolio moving beyond fossil energy. My personal interest is trying to find a niche between the carbon core and the clean energy using my chemistry and material background. Next one, please. So anode material is one of the 4 key material inside the lithium battery, and it is significant because along with the cathode, it determines the capacity, working voltage, and especially the cycling performance of the lithium battery. And cost-wise, it takes about 10% of the total cost of lithium battery. Next one, please. So graphite has been the state-of-the-art anode for the lithium battery, but its capacity is only 372 milliampere per gram. Silicon is believed to be the next generation of the anode, and because of the high, almost 10 times higher capacity than graphite, but the silicon has 2 major issues. One of the issues is the volume change is very big when you do the charging and discharging, and the consequence is kind of it has been shown in the graph on the left corner, and then there another problem is low conductivity. So there's some solution for the volume change, like making nanoparticle of silicon, making alloy, or making some porous silicon, or a silicon monoxide. That is kind of interesting, because silicon monoxide, you compare with the silicon, you compromise the capacity a little bit, but you get a much better cycling performance than the silicon. And there's some other solution for the low conductivity. Normally, we're making a carbon coating, especially if the is graphene coating, will be very effective. Next one, please. Graphene is attractive because it's known the best conductive materials. However, currently still very expensive. One of the most promising way to make graphene is use this classic Humic method, using a very strong harsh oxygen acid condition to oxide the graphite to graphite oxide, and then reduce the graphene, reduce the graphite oxide. It was found, and the lignite or coal also can be used as feedstock to produce the some graphene-like materials go through a humic acid procedure. So, and then apparently you can see the cost advantage on the right. And then in North Dakota, we have those very good humic acid and source. Next one, please. So that brings to the project goal and objective. So we are going to use the lignite, North Dakota lignite, to prepare the silicon graphene anode for the battery, and then we set our goal on the battery performance, focus on the specific capacity, initial Coulombic efficiency, and the cycling life, using that reference material, which is a commercial anode materials, and balance with the cost. Next one, please. So this is our approach. We propose 2 routes. And both we use lignin-derived humic acid as a graphene precursor, and then in route A we use silica SiO2 as the silicon precursor, and in route B we use silicon, the commercial available silicon monoxide as the silicon source. So both we need to go over those mixing, drying, and calcination procedure to get that composite. The key innovation here is we don't use very expensive silicon nanoparticle. We use the micro-sized particle, and then we don't use commercial graphene to, and then instead we in situ synthesize graphene from lignite derived humic acid. Next one, please. So timeline-wise, this project has been, we request 6 months no-cost extension because of the pandemic, but now our project, our technical part is done. So we were supposed to finish this in a few weeks. Collaboration, we did collaborate with Docker Matringo on the materials curves inside. They help us run quite a bit sample on the Raman's XPS. And also with the chemistry department, we prepare Dr. Zhao prepared the Seneca sample for us, and then Dr. Yung at the Canadian Republic help with the battery performance test. Next one, please. So there's a high-level summary of the achievement on those each task. Task 1, the takeaway is this: we established a procedure, the extraction purification procedure at both lab scale and bench scale, and when we produce multiple batch of high purity humic acid for the bench test, and then currently we can do the lab scale purity with ash at around 2 and 3, or even lower. Next one, please. So Dr. Zhao completed this task too. So they use 2 methods, Doppler method and micro emulsion test to prepare those mono-dispersed Seneca for the route A, and then a series of Seneca with particle size from 100 to 1,000 nanometer were prepared by the micro emulsion method. Next one, please. And this is the key of this of the project. So in route A, we actually test 2 subroute. I will tell the detail in the next slides. And route B, we present last year. We presented the optimization of 3 major factors. This year we updated with some 2 minor factors. Next one, please. Yeah, next one, please. Okay, so this route A, the Seneca route, the first one, we do the magnetothermic reduction to prepare that porous silicon first, and then mix with humic acid and then calcination to get this composite. And you can see from the SEM image underneath, those precursor and prepared by Dr. Zhao's group are pretty mono-dispersed, and an example here is the particle size around 500 nanometer. And after that MR reaction, and then you can see the surface is getting rough and again produce some pores on the surface. And then after the calcination and mixing with humic acid, you can see the particle size getting larger because the aggregation, but the shape is still kind of round shape, even though it's not that spheric. Next one, please. And then we use that SEM EDS to find the carbon coating on the surface of the silicon particle are pretty uniform. By XRD, we can see the amorphous Seneca can convert to high crystalline porous silicon, and yes, please. Next one. And then this is another route, very similar, but we do the humic acid mixing first, and then get a graphene coating Seneca, and then we do the magnesium thermal reaction to get this composite. And the results are pretty similar. You can see the spherical shape of the particle are still there, but that is a secondary particle is normally around the 2 to 15 nanometer, and it consists of many small particles, nanoparticles, and then And then the surface, after the MR reaction, you get a rough surface with those porous structure. Next one, please. So this is a broken particle. You can see those, what I just mentioned, you can see those nano porous silicon are surrounded by graphene-like carbon. On the right, by the XRD and the Raman spectrometer, we confirm those the graphene, the existing of the graphene and the high crystalline silicon. Next one, please. This slides I presented last year, basically that's the result for the route B, the silicon monoxide route. So by same XRD, Rama, and the TM image, we confirm the humic acid can convert to the graphene, and the disproportionate reaction of silicon and monoxide, these two occurred simultaneously. So you eventually get a coating of the graphene around 5 nanometer. Next one, please. Task 4 is the better test result. So in this project, we run hundreds of those coin half cell, and then you can see a facility and the sample we showing over here. So key matrix we testing at the capacity, in initial Coulombic efficiency and the cycling performance. Next, please. So this is a comparison between those battery result by the different routes, and then we show the data summarized in that table and also in the graph. You can easily see route A and route A, there are two routes, and both they have a little bit higher initial capacity, but their ICE, the initial Coulombic efficiency, and especially the cycling performance is much worse than the route B, even though they both are much better than the pure silicon. That is the black curve on the graph. So the route B is the easy winner, especially if you consider the cycling performance, the reason we explained in the introduction part. So next one, please. So we focus on the optimize those procedure, the route B procedure. This part, I have presented last year. So the quick takeaway is this: the particle size has significant impedance, but about 5 micrometer particle has the best overall better performance. Next one, please. Same thing, humic acid fitting, we find about 20% of humic acid corresponding about 13% of graphene or carbon as the best cycling performance. Next one, please. And calcination temperature, and we find the sample calcinated around 1,000 for 8 hours, getting the best cycling performance. Okay, next one, please. So this, we were very curious to see how the humic acid purity impact and the better performance. So we tested 3 samples with a different ash content from 1.2 to 5.7. And surprisingly, we found the overall impact of those humic acid. Next one, please. The overall impact of humic acid is not very significant, even though the low ash sample has a slightly better performance. So which we think is significant, because if we can avoid further purification step, and then they can have significant economic advantage. But that test is based on the range we test, a feeding ratio of only 20% of humic acid. Next, please. The last factor we tested is some electrode fabrication. We test a bunch of binder and conductor combination. Of all those test candidates, we found if we add 10% of CNT with this CMC binder, we can get a good balance between this ICE and the cycling life. Next one, please. So task 5, we scale up. So we scale up this procedure and then scale up by almost 20 times mass, and we can get a kilogram level of the sample. On the image, you can see that's about 300 gram. And then overall, we have finished first 2 page batch, and the third page is ongoing. We find the battery performance are pretty stable. And overall, there's about a 2 to 5% of decrease of capacity compared to lab testing sample. IC is about 1% and the second performance probably less than 5%. So with that, our next one, please. With that, I will summarize the presentation. So far, by the end of the project, I think we meet the original goal we set, and compared the first year performance, the major improvement is on the cycling life. So now we can easily do 500 cycle compared to 300 goal, and then last year we have about 230 cycles. Other achievement about we have a journal article published on one of the top chemistry materials journal this year, and another paper we just about to submit it. And also, as Bruce just mentioned, we attended a conference with the proceeding on the Clearwater conference. Patent is filed last year, and then a battery company are pretty interested in licensing this technology, and then actually they sponsored us about a $250,000 to develop a more technology to a market-ready product. This contract is actually one of the 5 years continuous work. So we're still on the first year. Hopefully we can continue this to get this market-ready product. And next one, please. So with that, I will do the acknowledgement. I thank you, UCFER program, for the funding support, and then Canadian Republic also. Thank you for my collaborator, Dr. Matringo, Dr. Wang at the Netl, and our collaborator at UND, Dr. Man, Dr. John, and Yung Ho from Canadian Republic, our student Shuai, Andrew, Xing, and Di. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for a little bit over time.
Well, no, I'm the one who drug it out. So Xiaodong, thank you for the presentation. If there's any questions, we'll get those during the Q&A session. So we'll go right into the next presentation, which is by Rui Zhao from Virginia Tech. Are you ready, Rui?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone, and I hope everyone is well in this unusual year. So today I will present our project on dewatering of ultrafine coal. So this is a joint project between Professor Ruhan Yung, Professor Aaron Noble, and myself. And this project has been conducted in close collaboration with Dr. Ivan Grinet at Netl. And next. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, the webinar might be crashing for me, so I might need it to switch over to Lauren if you want to load up the slide deck.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
There we go. Okay, we might be good.
Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so here's the outline of my presentation today. So I begin by giving a brief introduction and motivation, and then I will explain the specific goals that we wanted to achieve and the proposed method and the advantage of our method. After that, I will explain the technical method as well as the result of our project, and followed by that is conclusion. Next. So dewatering of fine coal actually is important business in coal mining and as well as for coal beneficiation. So in this set of processes, a lot of fine coal particles with size smaller than say 50 micrometer are generated, and the majority of these coal fine particles actually are in water, dispersed in water. So now dewatering this kind of slurry, if you would say, it turns out to be a very challenging business. And you can do that using mechanical technique, for example, filtration. But this really, this kind of technology has reached the limit in the sense that as particle size became small, it became very difficult to dewater it unless you use a very high pressure. But high pressure brings a lot of trouble in terms of reliability and safety. So another technique, which is called the thermal drying, it does not have this problem. But the problem with that is because of the very high latent heat of water, so this is extremely energy intensive. And because of this, so currently there's not many viable or widely used dewatering methods and to address dewatering of fine coal. And because of this, millions of tons fine coal are discarded every year. This not only creates a loss of potential revenue, but also creates environmental damage. And once, sometimes this coal tiling ponds actually have a structure issue, and then that creates a big mess for everyone. Next slide. So at Virginia Tech, Professor Ruhang Yun has developed a dewatering technique called the hydrophobic hydrophilic separation, HHS. So the basic idea of this technology is that we begin with a coal in water slurry. We introduce a hydrophobic solvent into the slurry, and because hydrophobic particles like to be in the oil, so in this case, they migrate into the oil and leave the water behind them. So this way we dewater the coal slurry. But of course, we end up with a coal insolvent slurry. But here the key is, as you can see from the right-hand side, right? So even if we thermally solvent this slurry, right? So the energy cost is a lot smaller because of the latent heat of a common solvent are just much smaller compared to that of the water. So this technology has been commercialized, and there is a pilot plant running in southern Alabama, if I remember correctly. And the figure on the right-hand side gives you an impression of how dry this coal is. So next slide, please. So now with this technology, actually we can produce fairly clean coal and also with very high heating value. And this could be viable for many applications and could also be useful for export market. So a crucial element in this technology is that the solvent must be recovered to a very high degree. And in fact, economic analysis showed that we need to drive this the solvent loss down to 1400 ppm in order for this process to be profitable. And also, we would like to have, we would wish to have low equipment cost, operation cost, and all that, so that this can be widely adopted. So at the present, so the technology used to recover the solvent is based on a thermal dryer. This can reduce the solvent loss to a very small number, but the problem is that the thermal dryer represents one of the most expensive piece of equipment in the entire HHS technology platform. As such, there exists a strong need to develop or improve the dry solvent recovery process. Next slide. So in this project, what we propose is to develop an efficient solvent recovery system for the HHS process. And we propose to use a single in-situ recovery process, and that combines two sub-processes. One is filtration, other is drying. So in the first step, we remove bulk of the solvent using a pressure filtration. At the end of this, there will be some residue solvent trapped in a filtration cake. And at this point, we flush this filtration cake using a carrier gas to vaporize and convect the solvent out. So now a key thing about this kind of approach is that we must achieve the solid liquid separation under 60 seconds, and also the amount of residue solvent at the end of the second step must be below 1400 ppm, and the second step must also be achieved under 10 seconds. And these are necessary things for us to do because they will ensure that this technology that we develop here can be integrated into the HHS platform. So now if we can achieve that, then our method actually offers two distinct advantages. First of all, only a very small fraction of solvent must be recovered through phase change. And this means that we can potentially be fairly energy efficient. The second and perhaps more important motivation or advantage is that in this kind of approach, we only need a single device. That in this device, we can accomplish both separation as well as drying. And this will greatly lower the equipment cost, and this will help the HHS technology to be more widely adopted. Next slide, please. So now what we would do in this project is we take a pronged approach, and that is we combine physical modeling with bench scale test. So now in the physical modeling, we focus on the second step, what we call the drying step, and that is it has solvent recovery, it has the solvent vaporization as well as the removal of a carrier gas. So this actually turns out to involve quite a bit of physics, right? So it has thermal transport, solvent evaporation, and transport of multi-component mixtures, all happening in a very complex filtration cake. So the approach that we adopt here is the so-called pool scale model. So we take a representative pool. So as you can see in the top figure, is delineated by the red dashed line and dashed line, and then we study inside this pool, right? So the evaporation of the solvent as well as transport of the vapor. Next slide. So the mathematical model of this consists mainly of two parts. One is gas transport. So we have a dusty gas model that accounts for both mutual diffusion as well as collective movement of the molecules through a convection. And if you manipulate this equation, you get the two nasty looking equations down there. And all the transport properties in these two equations actually can be evaluated once we know the size of our channel as well as the physical nature of our molecule. So next slide. So the second part of the model is the evaporation model and radial mass transfer model. So it turns out that for the problems that we are considering here, right, so at the scale we are considering, it turns out that the evaporation kinetics really pose a very minor resistance for the removal of the solvent from the system. It turns out that the transport of the vapor that's formed at the liquid and vapor interface actually toward the center of the pool, it's a more significant resistance. Because of that, we actually can use the equation at the bottom of this slide, and that is the evaporation mass flux is simply given by a very simple mass transfer correlation. Next slide. So this basic physical laws combined with the general conservation laws, and then along with the initial and boundary condition, form a complete, although simplified mathematical description of the drying process. And we can solve that using our own code and predict the drying kinetics. Now the next slide. So the second part of our work is the experiment part. And so for the experiment part, we first use the pressure filtration, as we mentioned earlier, to remove most of the solvent. Here, what we do is we basically put the slurry into a pressure cylinder, and on bottom of that, we have a filter cloth, and then we drive nitrogen through this, and this will scrape the solvent out, and we thus accomplish the pressure filtration. So the next slide. So now in the second step, we would like to do the perform the driving or the solvent vaporization removal in the same system by running carrier gas through the filtration cake. So now here there is a bit of consideration that we must give to the problem, and that is this process, how fast we can remove the solvent depends on the vapor pressure. And the figure on the right-hand side shows that at room temperature, right? So the y-axis shows the vapor pressure. So at room temperature, the vapor pressure of pentane is fairly high, but those of hexene and heptane are very low. So if you click the button, please. So what this means is that we have to impose a temperature that is much higher compared to room temperature in order for this process to be efficient. And so in this project, we have used room temperature nitrogen as a benchmark, and heated nitrogen and superheated steam as carrier gas. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can press this twice. Yeah, so on the left figure shows a conceptual schematic, just show that how we can accommodate both filtration as well as the drying step in a single system. And the right figure just shows the schematic or a more detailed schematic of this. And the key thing here is that we are using a 4-pass heat sink as a heat exchanger. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can press it a second time. Yeah, so this is a more realistic rendering of what actually is happening. And next slide. So this is the entire device assembled, right? So right before it was thermally insulated. So all this stuff was accomplished by November last year, the fabrication, shakedown, and tuning. And next slide. So this was accomplished by Michael Hulo, a very talented and dedicated student who have done all this hard work. So now we are ready to show the results. So here we are using a code that is MatWarrior Clean Code. And shown on the left figure is the particle size distribution. So we say that the D50 is about 13 micron and D80 is 43 micron. So these are really fine cold particles. And the right-hand side basically shows the selection of the solvents that we are using here. Next slide. So now the first result we would like to show are the filtration parts, right? So, and the left figure shows the filtration kinetic. The y-axis is the amount of the solvent that we removed. On the x-axis is the time. And we say that the filtration curve increases non-linearly. This is as expected because as we filter the solvent, right? So the filtration cake is formed, the resistance for the fluid flow increases, as such this thing slows down. And then there is a sudden jump toward the end of the filtration process, and this marks the finish of the filtration. The key observation here is that we can accomplish the filtration, right? So under 60 seconds, with a fairly modest pressure difference, in this case 20 psig. So the right-hand side shows if we have a slurry that is more concentrated and with a 15% co-loading. And in this case, we actually can accomplish the filtration a little bit faster. So overall, this result shows that, with this kind of approach that we actually can accomplish the filtration quite quickly. Next slide, please. So we repeated this experiment also for hexene, which is more practical because for safety considerations, pentane just have too high vapor pressure. So again, the key message from this slide here is that we can accomplish the filtration under 60 seconds, and which is an important benchmark for us. Next slide, please. Yeah, so once we got the filtration curve, we actually can extract some essential property of the filtration cake here. And here we use a technique developed by Professor Yun and his student, and that is we actually can fit the filtration kinetic curve to obtain some key physical characteristics, the most important being what is the characteristic size of the pores inside this filter cake. And the result on the right-hand side basically shows that radius is about 1.28 micrometer. So this number will be very useful in terms of formulating our numerical model. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So with this, now we are finally ready to do some drying experiment. And the first thing we tried is drying using room temperature nitrogen. So this serves as a benchmark. So the figure here shows that the solvent loading as a function of time. So we say that if we use pentane, right, so then we actually can dry this filter cake down to 1400 ppm of pentane in about 100 seconds. And if we try hexene, then the performance is much worse. And in fact, we need about 200 seconds So the key message from this is that drying time is just far longer than what is desired. So remember, we need 10 seconds for integration with HS. So next slide, please. So nonetheless, so this result here actually can be very useful for us to gain some fundamental insight into what actually is happening. So here, what we did was that we used the experimental data and as well as the fitting result earlier. We ran our numerical model, and we were able to actually match the experiment and the simulation together. So a key kind of message from this result actually is analysis of the simulation showed at the exit of the filtration cake, actually the vapor is never saturated. And this suggests that actually the mass transfer from the evaporation site to the main carrier gas stream inside the cake actually is the limiting factor for the solvent removal. Next slide, please. So since room temperature nitrogen is not going to cut it, right? So then what we tried is we use a heated nitrogen. So on the left figure shows our experiment where we used the 3 different temperatures, 20 degrees, the room temperature, 100, and 150. So here we have switched to hexane because hexane really is going to be the a solvent that will be used, and it's currently used in a commercial plant. So what we can say from this result is that after we raise the temperature, right, so we can cut the drying time to about 120 seconds, but this is still not enough. The right figure basically shows that if we raise the pressure difference, right, so we can cut the drying time a little bit, but not too much. Next slide, please. So the last card that under our sleeve is superheated steam. So in this case, we tried superheated steam at 150 degrees C with 3 different pressures. The key thing here is the red curve. We say that with 15 psig, we were able to actually dry the cake, the filtration cake, and that is remove the solvent down to 1400 ppm in about 5 seconds. In other words, we have accomplished the sub-10 second goal that we set out to achieve. And an important observation here is that we are using superheated steam, which is essentially the water to dry this thing, right? So hence it's very important to check the final water content. And so we found that the water content is consistently lower than 5%, which is acceptable for commercial co-handling. Next slide, please. So the last thing that we tried is actually drying the filtration cake formed by vacuum filtration. And so the pressure filtration is certainly viable, but vacuum filtration sometimes is preferred because a vacuum filter is just a lot cheaper. So here we compare the result obtained for drying of a filtration cake formed by vacuum as well as 20 psi nitrogen. What we found is that, as shown on the figure below, is when we switch to vacuum formed cake, right? So the drying time is slightly, prolonged, but still it's less than 10 seconds. In other words, this is still a viable process. So next slide. So in summary, so we have proposed and demonstrated the in-situ solvent recovery technique for recovered solvents, and we showed that pressure filtration, the first step, can be done in 15 seconds for realistic co-loading. And for the second step, if we use superheated steam, right, so the drying can be accomplished in 10 seconds and to achieve a residue concentration less than 1400 ppm. So together, this project clears the way for a pilot scale development of the proposed method. And before I conclude, I'd really like to acknowledge the fruitful collaboration with Dr. Ivan Greenit of Netl. And the collaboration with him really helped us to kind of optimize the experiments that we have tried. And a manuscript is currently being developed and will be submitted for publication shortly. With that, I will conclude. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. With that, we will be moving into our Q&A, which will go over the content from both the cold beneficiation presentations. If you do have any other questions, and forgive me, there's some background noise on my end. If you do have any questions for Virginia Tech's presentation for Rui, then please either raise your hand or submit the questions to the question box on the side panel. I see that we do have one from Joe Stofa. Let me get it quickly pulled up. So I believe this question was submitted during Xiaodong's UND presentation. So Xiaodong, if you're still on the line, the question is, at what scale does the battery company want to see this tested? Button, 18650, or multi-cell? And let's unmute Joe as well, just in case there's anything he wants to clarify.
Okay, that's a good question, and thank you, Omar. Yeah, the battery company, they produce those small coin cell, but we are testing those on the 18650 battery right now on that project.
Okay, Joe, if you're on, was that
Yeah, sorry. Actually, could you repeat that real quick? I was being unmuted, and the voiceover cut over your answer.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, yes, we do. We are testing those battery performance on the 18650 battery. We are doing that right now on that project. On the project, the company sponsored us, and the company their product is those very small coin cells, but they like to see the battery if they can evaluate the battery performance on the larger battery like this 18650.
Yeah, that's excellent that you're testing at that scale. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. We have another question from Mark Freeman. Let's get him unmuted as well. Mark, I wanted to clarify which presentation was this directed to? Was this directed to Virginia Tech's, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah. This is Evan Granite. I asked about increasing the external mass transfer by possibly increasing the gas flow rate. Would that help?
Yeah, so this is very so this is a very good question. So basically, the idea is that if we elevate the pressure difference, right, so how much will it help? We actually did some tests, and we found that for superheated steam, it really helps. In fact, when you go from 5 psig to 15 psig, the drying time is actually cut almost by a factor of, if I remember, 5. So, but for heated nitrogen, the effect is much more modest, meaning that it costs maybe like by say 50% or so. The hypothesis that we had is that when we actually have superheated steam, so when we elevate the pressure, actually what we are doing is that we are injecting a lot more steam into the filtration cake. And this this steam will condense on the cold particle. And when they do so, they actually could induce some structure changes inside the filtration cake. And what that does is it releases some of the solvent trapped in very small pores in the filtration cake and release them. So that's why this actually helped quite a bit. So does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And apologies, Evan. Your name was I think your name was showing up as Mark Freeman. I'm not quite sure what the issue was there, but okay. So great. That is all I'm seeing for questions now. Since on the agenda we are to start the lunch break at 12:35. If there are no additional questions, I think we can go ahead and start early, unless anyone has any questions for Bruce on his presentation regarding the state of the coalition. And you can either just raise your hand or submit it to the question box, whatever you're more comfortable with. So why don't we do this? For those of you who want to take a break for lunch, we will reconvene at 1:05. If you would like to stay on for Q&A, Bruce, I think, would you be able to just give a couple minutes just in case any questions come in regarding your presentation?
Yeah, no, not a problem.
Okay, perfect. And Xiaodong and Roy, thank you so much for your talks. We have, like I said in the beginning, all of these presentations are made available to the public. So we can get a link to the NETL conference proceedings posted at some point today for those of you interested in the talks that will be given. So we will answer questions as they come in, but right now, let's go ahead and adjourn for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:05. I will ask, though, that about just a few minutes before we reconvene, perhaps at 1 o'clock, Hankai, Joe, Amanda Morris, Catherine Hornbostel, and I guess Xiaodong, you'll be giving another presentation, so we know your mic is okay. But if those three individuals, if you guys could come back on at 1 o'clock so we can test your mics and queue up your presentations, that would be great.
Okay.
Perfect. So let's break for lunch and we will reconvene at 1:05. Thank you.
Is it just audio?
It's just audio.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and did any of you guys want to go through any portion of your slides in case there was a video or an animation that you wanted to see work?
I'm good, but I just want to make sure you got my slides. I know we had some issues getting it through.
I think we have all of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, if
Okay.
it goes smoothly, there shouldn't be any problem.
Okay. Alrighty, so I did, hey Bruce, are you on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I had as I mentioned in the chat, Amanda Morris had asked a question regarding, I think your audio cut out when you were giving the presentation, your presentation. There was a portion where you were perhaps talking about the pandemic impacts on Coalition. We were just wondering if you could repeat what you said in case other people were also experiencing audio issues.
Oh,
And I'll type it out in the chat just so there's a written
okay.
record as well.
Yeah, I just mentioned that the projects that were ongoing at the time, that there were no cost extensions. You know, they were offered because a lot of us were shut down from like mid-March till June or so. And so because nobody could be in the lab, there was no issue giving some no cost extensions. So I don't know if it affected any projects that were starting about that time, but I know projects that were ongoing were affected. So that's what my comment was there. We were accommodating that.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Amanda, did that more or less answer your question? I don't know if you're on.
Yeah, no,
See if
that's
you
great.
can-
I just wanted to make sure that I heard it so that since I missed that portion.
Okay, so I just want to say before we start with our next presentation, for those who are panelists, if you go under attendees and then click staff, if you see your name there, you actually will not, I should have mentioned this earlier, you will not be able to submit questions through the question box. If you do have a question, then please submit them through the chat. Make sure you're addressing everyone, and then this way we can capture it. So apologies for not mentioning that before. But yeah, if you are just an attendee, then submit it through the questions panel. But if you are a panelist, then submit your questions through the chat box and make sure you're addressing everybody when you submit your question. Okay, so it's 1:05. So why don't we get the next presentation queued up? Bruce, I'll pass it off to you to introduce the speakers for this session.
Okay. Well, our first speaker for the carbon capture session is going to be Hankai Zhao from Texas A&M. Okay, there it is. So, Hongkai, anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Bruce, for the brief introduction. So this project is actually the UCFER Round 5 project. So it started, I think, before the pandemic, somewhat affected by the pandemic as well. So the topic is actually selective porous polymer networks. In our lab, we call it PPNs, supported on hollow fiber superstructures for direct air capture of carbon dioxide. So this project is actually a joint project between my lab and Dr. Benjamin Wellheit's lab in the Department of Chemical Engineering in Texas A&M. So next slide, please. So here's my outline for this talk. So first I'm going to give some background information, and then I'll talk about the porous polymer network candidates for this purpose, and then how we actually modify the porous polymer network to improve the PPN performance. And then I'll address the collaboration with Netl on this hollow fiber preparation and also the property of that. And then I will have a summary at the end and the acknowledgement as well. So next slide, please. So I'm going to preach to the choir here. So the global warming, right? I think this morning, the Nobel Prize, right, in physics was given to 3 physicists, for their contribution in developing theory to understand really complicated systems. I think 2 of them were cited for contributing or understanding between the global climate and human activity. So this figure on the left is actually showing how this temperature is increasing. It goes very well with the trend and everything, very detailed with the carbon, the greenhouse gases, right? So on the right-hand side, the greenhouse gases, they are mainly, right, carbon dioxide, 76%. And then overall, right, from 1850 to 2019, there's a 1.2 degrees Celsius increase. So this project is actually, next slide, please. So how do we actually capture, the CO2? So for post-combustion carbon capture, there are a lot of programs out there. So we actually work on mixed matrix membrane or MMMs. So using different polymer bases, and then we use metal organic polyhedron, and then to improve the selectivity for post-combustion carbon capture. And then on the right-hand side is the direct air capture, which is capture the carbon dioxide, the 400 ppm in the atmosphere. So next slide, please. So in order to do that, so the challenge for this DAC or direct air capture is that the low concentration, right? It's only 400 ppm. And then also you have to consider how this absorption and the regeneration you are going to operate. So on the left-hand side, we show that there are a lot of attaching amine to some inorganic or organic bases, right? Using all kinds of functionalization over there, right? And then on the right-hand side, right, we have this possible kind of a rapid temperature swing absorption, or RTSA. So since the absorption procedure is actually an exothermic procedure. So you have to cool it down while operating. So for example, if we use water as a coolant, so use a hollow fiber, and then it's going to, cool the absorbent down during the absorption. And then during the regeneration, you have to, because it's an endothermic procedure, you have to heat it up. So you on the bottom, you see this red stream over, it's a steam over there, right? So you can use very low grade steam, even those generated by solar. And then you can actually heat the absorbent up, and the CO2 will be released, and the hollow fiber will be regenerated. So next slide, please. For this porous polymer network based on hollow fiber is actually based on research from our lab. So working on this PPN 125 and PPN 6. So they are very porous. For example, PPN 6 has so far still has the record for surface area for a porous polymer. It's more than 6,000 square meter per gram. And then PPN 125 is a cheap way of making the porous polymer with functional groups for CO2 absorption. And the selectivity is also extremely high. And then we actually measure the isotherm, and then we use ideal absorption solution theory, or so-called IAST, to calculate the selectivity of the CO2 over nitrogen and oxygen, and then it turns out it's extremely high. So, and then we propose, right? The idea is to use that to make a hollow fiber, so mixed with some, polymer support, and then taking advantage of the extremely high selectivity of the amine functionalized PPN, and also taking advantage of the high selectivity, right, and high capacity of the sorbent. So here actually is a proposed kind of operation. So the PPN at a hollow fiber is actually shown in the picture there, and then the air streams will come from this perpendicular directions, right? And then the coolant or the working fluid, whether it's heating, low grade steam, right? So they're gonna be switched on and off, right, during the absorption and the regeneration cycle over there. So together with the PPN sorbent and also the RTSA, or rapid temperature swing absorption, we're hoping that we can find a solution for direct air capture. Next slide, please. So we actually worked on this PPN 125 diethylene triamine. So here we actually started from a fluorocinol, and also a tactile like aldehyde. So to copolymerize to make this PPN 125, and then we use this functionalization here. We use a epichloro like hydrogen, epichlorohydrin, and also the tetraethanol amine to run this reaction at 100 degrees Celsius. And then we can actually make this PPN 125 epoxide. Here we use this epoxide as an anchor for the diethylene triamine. So at 100 degrees Celsius, right, we were able to actually attach the DETA, or diethylene triamine, into this ppm 125 DETA. So overall, right, the working capacity, depending on the desorption temperature there, right? The absorption is, let's see, at 40 degrees Celsius, which is the blue trace over there. And then if we operate at the regenerated temperature of 100 degree, which is the red circle over there, right? The trace at the top is 2.9 weight percent. And then if we use 120 degrees Celsius, which is the red triangle trace, right? It's 4.0 weight percent. So it's quite comparable to monoethanol amine or MEA solutions. So, and also it's low cost and controllable pore size as well. So we can tune this sorbent for this direct air capture. Next slide, please. And also, we're using this PPN, another PPN produced in our lab as well. It's called PPN 150 series. It's actually a copolymer of melamine and formaldehyde. This is even like cheaper than the PPN 125. And then after this reaction, right, we actually were able to improve the property of this PPN by using cyanuric acid on the left hand in the middle. It's called Ca, right, as actually a dopant, right, to improve. Recently we studied the mechanism using solid state NMR. It's currently there is a manuscript under review right now to Nature Energy, and then the diethylamine, the DETA, right, under hexane, using hexane, we can actually node this directly to the polymer over there. And on the right hand side is actually the gas absorption isotherm. And then the bottom on the right, we can see this large quantity over there where we're able to scale it up to the kilogram scale. And also you can see the really nice crystalline powders out there. And the working capacity when it's dry, it's only like 5 weight percent. However, if it's wet, we can reach consistently 18 weight percent. We were able to cycle them more than 50 cycles. We're trying to get 100 cycle, but it was the graduate student get tired of it. Yeah, after 15 cycles. Yeah, so it was still consistent. There's not a whole lot of drop out there, and also the regenerative energy compared to MEA, which is 185 kilojoule per mole of CO2 captured, right? This is only 82.8, right? So it's much lower. It's a lot less than a half, right? So, and also it's low, like I said, it's low cost because you use melamine and formaldehyde. Those are very cheap starting materials out there. Also, the preparation is not that difficult, so you can do large scale preparation. And in fact, there's a startup company already started producing that in large quantity recently, and there's also a company interested in direct air capture starting to invest into this as well. Next slide, please. So we try to even improve this sorbent even further. So right now, if it's a pure DETA, for example, there's only 41% of nitrogen mass over this overall the additional masses, right? So the overall the DETA molecule is 41% of nitrogen, right? We want to increase that, for carbon capture purposes. So when you attach it, in the left hand side, right, and then you have this only one amine chain attached, and then in the middle you have 2, right, and then you have 3, right. It turns out, whether you have 2 amine attached or 3 amine attached, right. So the nitrogen mass is actually very similar. One is 30 91 is 40, right? It's also very similar to the pure DETA, right? So we decided to go for the middle one, okay? And then the single attachment, obviously, is 26%. It's just too low, right? Next slide, please. And then we decided to use this very simple reaction again. It's called Raymond-Timan reaction. We use chloroform, right? It's again very cheap as well. And then you can use on the left-hand side, right? You can see there's a blue square over there. So it's product number 2. Can be dominant, right? And then you have 2 chloro groups out there, right? And then you can, replace this chloro groups with the DETA, right? And then you have, 2 amine chains, right, on each of these carbon atoms, right? So that's on the right-hand side, right? We actually did this reaction there using chloroform, using UV light, and for 5 hours, and then DETA incorporation. But we found that because we attached more amine over there, right? It turns out a lot of the pores are blocked. So we have to enlarge the pores. Next slide, please. So in order to do that, there's 2 methods, right? One method is actually using this partial fragment, right? Or the fragment of the monomer. For example, instead of using fluoroglucinol, right, on the top where you have 3 hydroxyl groups, right, use the bottom one with fluosinol, which have like 2 hydroxyl groups. And then also on the right-hand side, right, terephthalaldehyde, we use that, right, in the normal polymer, but instead we use benzaldehyde, only have 1 aldehyde group, right? And then after you make that, the pores are going to be enlarged, right? The right-hand side is actually showing that the pore enlargement. So the before is 5.5 angstrom, right? And then on the right-hand side is 8 angstrom. And also the surface area improved from 750 square meter per gram to 910 square meter per gram. So next slide, please. And then you can also use method 2. You protect the aldehyde group, for example, using this protecting group, right? It's ethylene glycol. And then afterwards, you deprotect and then put the amine in. So next slide, please. So we actually collaborated very closely with Netl, with Dr. David Hopkinson's team, and also Dr. Sikis Cardis, and also Dr. E contributed to this as well. And then we actually sent a 10 gram of ppn 151 data, and also 5 gram of ppn 151. So, and also the second batch, we sent a 10 gram of ppn 125 DETA to Netl. So next slide, please. And then we had this fiber actually made. So you can actually add 58% of this ppn 151, and also the polymer is cellulose acetate. So it's highly porous for carbon capture. It's durable and robust. Next slide, please. So yeah, you can have up to 98% of ppn. That's a lot more than when you use some other absorbents, right? Because the other absorbents, you have relatively low loading capacity in the matrices. Next slide, please. So I'm going to wrap it up. Yeah. So next slide. It's frozen, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you? Okay. So overall, we have already made the hollow fiber supported PPN sorbent for direct air capture. We have selected the right candidates and did a modification of the pore size, and also collaborated with NETL very closely. We have regular meetings with them, and preliminary results shows very promising high loading ratio and CO2 uptake. The last slide, please. Yeah. So finally, I'd like to thank all the people who contributed, from the NETL side, and also from Dr. Benjamin Wellheit's lab, as well as from my lab as well. Thank you. Any questions?
No, we'll hold questions to the end of the session, so we'll keep moving along. So our next speaker is going to be Amanda Morris from Virginia Tech, and she also has a round 5 carbon capture project. Are you ready, Amanda?
I am. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, there we go.
Great. So I'm going to tell you our work on our round 5 project on the development and optimization of metal organic framework sorbents for direct air capture. And this also is a collaborative project similar to Hongsai. I'm in the chemistry department here at Virginia Tech, but the work is highly collaborative with Steve Martin, who is in the chemical engineering department here. And so while I'm a chemist, the story that I'm going to tell you about is kind of things that chemists don't often think about controlling, but in our research have found drastically impact performance of absorption when thinking about scale up. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So I have to be honest, following Hongsai with a Moth talk is, standing on the shoulders of giants. But what are metal organic frameworks? Well, metal organic frameworks are coordination polymers. We've actually known them for quite some time, right? Coordination polymers in 1916 were discovered by Shibita. But in our case, when we talk about metal organic frameworks as coordination polymers, we're specifically talking about 3-dimensional structures with permanent porosity. So that is the fact that you can synthesize them in a solvent and remove that solvent to leave a 3-dimensional structure with channels and pores that run through it that can be utilized to then absorb any gas, in our case, carbon dioxide. So the permanent porosity of Moths was originally demonstrated in 1998 by Yagi. However, since then, because of the synthetic tunability of metal organic frameworks, you can change all the different parameters, the nodes, the linkers. Surface areas of 7,000 meters squared per gram have been reached. And so the last thing that I wanted to mention is that there are commercial applications in gas storage, specifically NewMat Technologies now has shown commercial viability to the storage of an electronics processing gas in a metal organic framework. So these can be prepared on a commercial scale. Next slide. So what is known about metal organic frameworks specifically for direct air capture? Well, the mechanism for CO2 absorption is specifically mainly physisorption, which means that you have a low regeneration energy, but also a low absorption capacity. Main issues with metal organic frameworks for direct air capture are competitions with water. So just as CO2 likes the moth pores, so does water. And then, of course, stability and humidity. So these metal organic frameworks tend to be made out of carboxylic acid bonds to the node, and those can be hydrolyzed under a variety of conditions and lead to metal organic framework breakdown. Now we're talking about direct air capture, DAC performance, and it turns out that there's not much out there on DAC for metal organic frameworks. There's a lot known for single component CO2 capacity. So if you dose 1 atmosphere of CO2, many frameworks have been studied for their CO2 capacity. However, for direct air capture, much less is known. The metal organic frameworks that have shown promise in that area are CIF6, specifically CIF6-3, which is made with copper and nickel. These are actually starting to be commercialized or looking at being commercialized by startup companies in Canada. There's also MG Moth 74, which comes out of Jeff Long's group, and HCUST1. The names that I put next to those metal organic framework kind of names themselves are not the people that necessarily initially developed these, but are the people who have studied them for direct air capture. So if you want to go see what has been done specifically at the 400 ppm level, those are the names you would want to look at. And as I mentioned, these can be synthesized at a commercial scale, but many of them are not. So the vast majority of what has been performed on these metal organic frameworks is simply just synthesis at the lab scale. So that's what we know for direct air capture. And so where did we kind of want to go with this project? So you can go ahead to the next slide. And really we wanted to think if you're actually going to take these metal organic frameworks to commercialization, there are different parameters that we often think about apart from the chemical nature of these materials. So I'm a chemist, I love molecular interactions, and we can talk about different linkers in metal organic frameworks and different nodes, and how they present different mechanisms for CO2 capture. Absorption, we can talk about, cooperative effects where you can actually get higher binding because you bind one molecule and then the second molecule is even easier or more favored to bind. All of that is beautiful chemistry, but if we're thinking about going to commercialization, we actually need to think about design parameters for manufacturing. And so the kind of knobs that we wanted to tune with that in mind were things like particle size. So what particle size would you want of a metal organic framework? Would you want it to be very small? Would you want it to be relatively large? And does particle size have an impact on direct air capture? Another thing, I think this is important, right? Scale. We mentioned most metal organic frameworks are made at the laboratory scale, and we need to get to much larger scales. But hopefully we'll show you some preliminary results that show today that even though the materials by most characterization techniques look the same, if you make things on a larger scale, they don't behave the same. And so that's something that is necessary to look at. Morphological changes. With metal organic frameworks, it's hard to change the overall three-dimensional morphology too much because it's dictated by the crystal structure of the underlying moth framework, but you can change kind of aspect ratio. So this is how things grow in terms of length and width, and you can do that by using different capping agents and things like that. And so here is an example of one of the moths that we've studied that have drastically different morphologies. We tend to call these needles on the left and haystacks on the right. And then also we wanted to look at defect level. So all solid state materials are susceptible to defects. In metal organic frameworks, you can have two major types of defects. Missing linker defects, where an organic linker that should connect two nodes is actually not physically there. And then also missing node defects, where it's instead the inorganic cluster that is missing. And how does that impact absorption, but also how does defect level change with a scale of reaction synthesis? So you can go ahead to the next slide. So the two moths that we specifically picked out were ones that had good properties for direct air capture. Namely, the optimal regeneration energy, as you would call it, should be around, well, it's actually the heat of absorption for CO2 is around 35 to 50 kilojoules per mole. That gives you a high enough interaction that you're going to get significant absorption, but a low enough interaction that your regeneration energy isn't going to be too high. And so metal organic frameworks that show incredible promise in that area are MG Moth 74, that's on the left. So it has a heat of absorption of 47 kilojoules per mole, so right under that upper limit, and it has a capacity of 2.39 to 7.3 millimole per gram. And then we have MIL 101 chromium. So Mil 101 chromium has a lower heat of absorption, about 25 kilojoules per mole, and then of course, consistent with that, a lower capacity of 0.495 millimole per gram. We also plan to study the CIP6 series, but have only begun our synthetic efforts in that realm. So you can go ahead to the next slide. Uh-oh, we're caught up. Well, I'll just explain the next slide because the next slide is just a transition. So hopefully we can go 2 slides forward. So I had mentioned that we want to look at particle size, morphology, scale, and defects. Defects in these materials, Mg Moth 74 and Mil 101 chromium, are not easily controllable at this stage. So we're still trying to look at synthetic parameters to actually specifically induce defects in these materials. But there is a model metal organic framework that we can use that defect engineering has been studied widely. And that metal organic framework is known as UIO 66. So I haven't mentioned how Moths are named, but they're named for the university that they were developed at typically, and some arbitrary number. And so UIO stands for the University of Oslo. And so this material was actually first synthesized in Lillerud's lab in Oslo. To make this material, you take zirconium chloride, terephthalic acid, and what the Moth field calls a modulator, and you heat it up in DMF at 120 degrees Celsius for 24 to 72 hours. Now, the modulator is key here. It's a crystallization promoter, so it slows down the coordination of the native linker, terephthalic acid, for the zirconium cluster, and thus that's actually how you get crystal growth. However, because the modulator also has affinity for that inorganic cluster, sometimes it can get left behind and thus imparts ligand defects into the material. And so we have studied in our group the ability to use different modulators to control defect level and particle size. So you can go ahead to the next slide. And so one of the things that we've done is developed 2 series of UIO materials, one that changes in defect level while keeping the particle size within error of each other. So we have UIO 67 materials that are near pristine, so their defect level is about 3%. We have a sample that's 14% and a sample that's 22% defective. And all we're doing here is changing the amount and identity of the modulator. So for pristine, we use hydrochloric acid directly to create formic acid in situ as the reaction proceeds, which then acts as a modulator. For the 14% defected sample, we're using acetic acid, and for the 22% defective sample, we're using formic acid. And so with this series, we can isolate the impact of defects, primarily missing linker defects, on absorption. For the second series, we can then look at particle size. So again, we're keeping our defect level within error of each other around 21%. Plus or minus, but we're changing the size of the nanoparticles from 140 to 600. And so we're able to then look at these 2 parameters, particle size and defect level, independently. On the right-hand side, I simply have powder X-ray diffraction to show you that the samples are the same crystal structure across all of this series. And I also have thermogravimetric analysis, which is how we look for a defect level, and I'd be happy to share with anyone how you do that. You can go ahead to the next slide. All right, so then here is our absorption capacity and breakthrough data for that series. So again, a defect series where we're changing systematically the level of defects in that UIO 67 material. And what you can see is that defect level has a dramatic impact on DAC performance. So it decreases as you increase defects over that series by a factor of 2.5. Interestingly, the impact seems to be greater for DAC than it does pure CO2 capacity. And we also then see a decrease in breakthrough time for each of these sorbents. So that's for the defects. So we know defects negatively impact DAC performance. What about particle size? Well, for particle size, really all of the samples were within error of each other. So it doesn't seem that particle size will be a major determinant for DAC performance. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So particle size, at least over the range we've studied, 100 to 600 nanometers, has a minimal effect on capacity and breakthrough. However, defect level and capacity are inversely related for both, as I said, the capacity and the breakthrough. And so missing linker defects, what we believe is happening is essentially by missing those, you're then missing sorption sites for CO2 within the metal organic framework. And so therefore your capacity goes down. So we would want to be able to control defect level as we go to commercialization. You can go ahead to the next slide. All right, so the next thing I wanted to talk about was scale. So you can go ahead. So for mil 101 chromium, we're looking at 2 lab scales, 25 mil and 265 mil par bombs. That's how these are actually prepared. And so if you go to the next slide, we have the characterization for both of those materials. And so the powder X-ray diffraction pattern looks the same. The SEM looks the same, so the particles aren't changing in size. Our surface area is within error of each other, and our TGAs also look fine in terms of having potentially similar level of defects if our characterization methods are consistent. We also looked at a scale series for MG-MOF74, and that's on the next slide. MG-MOF74 is much more able to be translated into different synthetic schemes, mainly because it doesn't need the par bomb. And so we've looked at 100 mil, 250 mil, and 500 mil reaction scales for MG-MOF74. So you can go to the next slide. And again, for each of these, we're seeing similar morphologies, similar overall 3-dimensional structure based on the powder X-ray diffraction, and similar behavior in the TGA. I should mention that the MG-MOF74 is very susceptible to having excess linker in the pores of the MOF. And so these TGAs were taken before excessive washing procedures, which are used to actually get rid of that excess linker. However, these are our yields. So if you wanted to know in terms of these scales, what you're getting, on a 100 mil scale, you're getting about 130 megs, whereas on the 500 mil scale, you're getting 1 gram. So we're up to gram level synthesis. So you can go to the next slide. So how does scale impact sorption capacity and breakthrough? We haven't done the studies on the MG-MOF74 series yet. Unfortunately, our CO2 detector on our breakthrough has gone down, so we're working on getting that back up. However, for the mil 101 chromium sorption capacity, we did actually see some interesting behavior. So again, even though these materials look via every characterization technique we use similar, the larger scale has a lower capacity on average over 5 cycles, and also has a lower breakthrough time. And so now we need to go back to that chemistry, right? I need to go back and think about what molecularly is different about these materials to understand how to create synthetic procedures that would provide similar materials at larger scale. So the scale seems to appear to negatively impact sorption and breakthrough performance, and our studies are now focusing on figuring out those changes. So you can go ahead 2 slides forward. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple slides at a time since the slide changing takes a little bit. So the last component that I wanted to talk about was morphology. And so you can go ahead. There's recent precedents for the impact of morphology. Specifically, this comes out of the Jeff Long group, not with MG-MOF74, but with cobalt MOF74. By using, again, this idea of controlling the modulator identity, Jeff was able to shift from kind of truncated cube-like structures to kind of a longer aspect ratio. So again, the overall crystal structure is hard to change, but you can change aspect ratio. So you're going from something that's more ball-like and then extending in one dimension out to create something that's more pill-like. In this material, they saw very different performances in terms of the diffusion of xylene through the material. So for longer crystallites, the desorption rate was found to increase with flow rate, but that didn't agree with diffusion that would be under kinetic control. However, under identical conditions, the cube-like structure shows kinetic control diffusion. And so therefore, the mechanism of diffusion in these two structures is changing. And so we would be interested in seeing if similar behavior would result from direct air capture. So you can go ahead forward. To do this, we're looking at MG Moth 74, but in the scale series, we didn't actually use a modulator. So now we're introducing the modulator to control aspect ratio and crystal growth parameters. And so you can move forward again. And so again, here's our morphology series. So we're able to control that aspect ratio, basically the length of the needle to the width of the needle. And so in our needle morphology, we're able to keep that aspect ratio long. So the length is long where the width is thin. And in our haystack morphology, we're able to grow that width. And so now the haystack becomes more globular in morphology. And so we're just getting started on our breakthrough and capacity measurements for this morphology series. So you can go ahead to the next slide and I'll just summarize. So a couple of things that we've learned through the study so far. Correlation between Moth performance at 1 atmosphere and at 400 ppm is not straightforward. And so while there is a lot of data out there in the Moth field taken at 1 atmosphere, we can't necessarily correlate that to how things will perform under DAC conditions. Defects, specifically missing linker defects, negatively impact sorption due to the loss of physisorption surface area. Particle size, at least over a 100 to 600 nanometer range, does not appear to have a significant impact on CO2 capacity or breakthrough performance. Synthesis scale appears to negatively impact adsorption capacity, even though the materials are indistinguishable by current characterization methods. And studies on our particle morphology will be coming out soon. So where are we going with the project in our remaining year? We're moving toward measurements under competitive water and CO2 conditions. We're also going to go to larger scale synthesis of the MG Moth 74 in collaboration with Nanosonic. Nanosonic is a company located very close to Blacksburg that can take this up to the kilogram scale. We're also then looking, kind of again, standing on the shoulders of giants, looking at the work of Han Kai to look at amine functionalized metal organic frameworks, specifically both in MIL 101 chromium and M2DOB PDC, which is an expanded Moth 74. Initial studies showed that when you just use MG Moth 74 and functionalized with an amine, the pore size decreases so much that you don't get good diffusion through the metal organic framework. So you actually have to increase that linker by 1 benzene unit to then give you an expanded pore space. We are still interested in collaborating. We started this project right around when national labs were closed. So we're very interested in forming collaborations. If anyone is on the call on breakthrough studies until failure, we're able to do about 10 cycles in our lab conditions, but we'd be interested in doing that on a much larger scale and also taking it to the point where the Moth actually shows difference in performance. As you saw from our data, over 5 cycles, we see no loss in capacity or change in breakthrough time. We're also very interested in techno-economic analysis of our materials based on the performance that we measure at higher scales. So with that, if you go to the next slides, we have acknowledgements. This is the Martin Group. The work from the Martin Group is done by Connor Farrell and Shakeen Ramirez-Zuna. And then if you go to the next slide. All of the synthesis work in my lab is done by Brittany Bonnet. And of course, we thank UCFER for funding the project. And I'll take questions at the question and answer section.
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, there is one in the chat for you, so it'll be good if you could hang around. We'll go right into the next presentation, which will be by Catherine Hornbostel from the University of Pittsburgh. This is another round 5 project. I guess when you're queued up here, Catherine,
All right. Thank you. All right, well, today I'm going to be talking about something very similar to Amanda's presentation. So she did a great job introducing moths for direct air capture. My team is specifically looking at something called a core shell moth, and I'll explain what that is in just a minute. Next slide, please. So here's my team. I'm Dr. Catherine Hornbostel, professor in mechanical engineering at Pitt. Dr. Chris Wilmer and his grad student Paul Boone are on the team as well, and Paul will be speaking for Dr. Wilmer later. Dr. Nathaniel Rosie will also be speaking about his material in just a few minutes, and then Dr. Jan Steckel from Netl has been a great collaborator for our team. Next slide. So the main goal of our project is to identify and characterize a core shell moth that will strongly bind carbon dioxide and be highly selective for carbon dioxide over other gases. That main project goal is divided into these 3 objectives, which are 3 different kind of subgroups are tackling. So we'll get into those 3 objectives soon. Next slide. So what are core shell moths? So I don't need to define moths since Amanda did such a great job with that. But core shell moths are what they sound like. There's basically a core moth and a shell moth. So the core is in the middle, the shell is grown on the outside. And really it's as simple as that. The idea is that you get some benefits by having a hybrid of 2 different moths. Next slide. So why would we do core shell moths for DAC? So moths in general are great at carbon capture. They pack a lot of gas into a small volume, and they can be very selective to carbon dioxide over other species. They're also scalable, as Amanda talked about. Core shell moths in particular have some benefits for direct air capture because with direct air capture, we have this competition between carbon dioxide and water, which is abundant in the air. And because carbon dioxide is so dilute in air, it's really important to be selective against species like water. So the thought here is that we can design a core shell moth where the core binds to carbon dioxide and the shell protects the core from water. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so as I said before, this is our basic concept. We have a shell moth that basically blocks water and lets carbon dioxide through. So it needs to be, or it needs to have a very high CO2 diffusivity, but a low water diffusivity. And then the core is designed to really absorb carbon dioxide. So it needs to have a high CO2 capacity and also a low nitrogen and water capacity. And the key here is to kind of optimize this design. There's a lot of ways to do it that we're looking at, but we basically need to make sure that the shell does its job of protecting the core from water. Next slide. So what's the process? This is very early stage research, but we envision this being either a temperature or pressure swing adsorption process. So there would likely be a packed bed of these pellets made of core shell moths, or it could be a monolith, which we're also investigating. So some sort of packed bed reactor design that regenerates using temperature or pressure swing. Next slide. All right, so now I'm actually going to pass it off to Paul Boone from Dr. Wilmer's team, and he's going to talk about the computational screening that we've been doing for these core shell moths.
Right, so hopefully this microphone is working. I want to go over both the methodology and the results for what we have screened so far. Can we go next slide? So our first pass of the screening, we looked at 2 moths. One was UIO66 and UIO67. And we chose these partially because our experimental partner who's on the call has a lot of experience working with these and synthesizing them. So we knew we could make core shell moths with them as both the core and the shell, but also because UIO67 has a relatively good selectivity for CO2. We chose a variety of functional groups here. So a number of rings, alkane chains, a branched alkane, and various various other functional groups, including amine. And we looked at 3 gases. We looked at carbon dioxide, water, and nitrogen, and we were measuring diffusion and absorption at 2 process conditions, just sort of STP for absorbing from the atmosphere, and a desorption condition, which was a partial vacuum and 100 degrees C. Next slide. So actually creating these structures to simulate is a little bit of a challenge, and so we had to write some software to make this work. And so we wrote a package that does arbitrary find and replace across periodic boundary conditions. So in this case, you can take a structure, say UAO66, take the linker from the structure as a search pattern and a functionalized linker as a replacement pattern, and you can find all instances of the linker and replace it into the structure across periodic boundary conditions. So we wrote this and implemented it to create the different structures that we tested. If you do this naively, then you will get atomic configurations that are somewhat unrealistic. They could overlap, and so we have to run a MVT simulation to relax the function group into a reasonable configuration that is testable. Next slide, please. So this is the absolute diffusivity data, and the diffusivity would be for the shell moth. And on the y-axis, we have the absolute diffusivity, and then on the x-axis on the left, we have UAO66 and all its functional groups, and on the right, we have UAO67 and all its functional groups. We're not going to spend much time here. I just want to point out one thing, which is that we're missing most of the data for UAO66. And this is because some of those functional groups are pretty bulky. And if you stuff them into the pore size of the pore of the UAO66 moth, then there's just too many atoms packed in there for you to get gas diffusion. Let's go next slide. So the selectivity is really what we want to look at to analyze our materials. So on the left, we have all of the materials that we have selectivities for. On the y-axis, it's the CO2 over nitrogen diffusion selectivity, and on the x, it's the CO2 over water diffusion selectivity. And we can eliminate a lot of these materials in a pretty straightforward manner. So the UAO66 functional groups on the left side here, there's 3 of them. Those can be eliminated because their selectivities are less than 1, so they're going in the wrong direction. And there's another UAO66 in the lower right-hand corner, which we can eliminate just because it has a bad CO2N2 diffusivity. So we're going to only look at the UAO67 functional groups for the shell moth. And we're going to zoom in on this region in the upper right-hand corner to get the graph on the right. So on the right, we can see all the functional groups with both their names and their absolute diffusivities. And further to the right and up, you're going to get better materials. And so we've selected the ones in these orange boxes here for looking at more experimentally. And these were just the ones that both had the highest combined selectivity or like high absolute diffusivity. Next slide, please. For absorption, this is similar to before. We have absorption or loading on the y-axis. And the only thing I want to point out here, because it's mostly you want to look at the selectivities when you're analyzing these, is that you can see these water outliers for 2 fluorinated groups for both UAO66 and UAO67. And so those are particularly bad functional groups for our use case. But let's move on to selectivities. Let's go to the next slide. So for the absorption selectivities, we can, again, sort of draw a combined selectivity through the graph on the left. And we're going to eliminate sort of everything that's roughly worse than the non-functionalized version of UAO67. So we want functional groups that are better than the non-functionalized form. And we're also going to ignore the UAO66 functional groups for the most part, even though they are showing up as higher, because we don't have a good shell moth to pair with them at the moment. So we're going to zoom in on the UAO67 only, and that's this graph on the right. And for the most part, this follows a pretty straightforward trend. So we can just grab the functional groups at the top here, which tend to be sort of like higher carbon alkane or alkane chains. And there's also one that I've marked here on the left graph, which is a UAO66, just because this had the highest the highest absorption selectivity across both gases. And so this might be interesting to look at further, but we don't have a good shell moth to pair with it at the moment. Let's go next slide. So the result of the screening was that from our first pass is we've sort of eliminated UAO66 for now because we needed the extra pore size given to us by UAO67. The functional groups highlighted with the dark blue were the best candidates for a shell moth using UIO67. The functional groups highlighted in yellow are the best core moth candidates, which are all sort of the longer hydrocarbons. And this orange one here, NT4, was just sort of the best overall moth candidate for absorption for a core, but we don't have a shell for it. And that's what we passed on to our experimental PI, who will be talking next. Next slide.
Okay, I hope everybody can hear me. This is Nat Rosie from the University of Pittsburgh. As part of this team, we're helping design and synthesize these moths both as core shell materials and as individual phases. Next slide, please. My group has a good deal of expertise in making core shell moths and demonstrating the advantage of a core shell architecture for certain molecular separations. And we've done a good amount of work in preparing core shell moths and stratified moths based on using the UIO platform. So next slide, please. We'll be leveraging some of that expertise for this project. Of course, Paul showed us all the different functional groups and ligands that we considered for making these core shell moths, and clearly it would be a monumental experimental task to empirically figure out what the best combinations would be. There would be hundreds of different possibilities of core shell moths to screen. That's really why we're using the simulation here. And next slide, please. The first step for us on the experimental side was really to, yes, next slide, slide 19, please. The first step on the experimental side was really to identify a handful of moths that we could make and test to verify the results from our simulation, our computational colleagues. And the first series that we wanted to test was that of UIO67 and the monoamino functionalized UIO67 and a diamino functionalized. This would provide a short series and we can see then how introducing these amino groups would impact the CO2 to nitrogen selectivity for these moths. So we first prepared the moths, and on the right we have the powder patterns indicating that they're indeed phase pure. Next slide, please. And on this slide, there's a lot of data, a lot of gas absorption data for these series of moths. On the left, we have the nitrogen isotherms at 77K, just to confirm their permanent porosity. And the trend that we see here is that we see a decreased capacity of nitrogen as we increase the number of functional groups in the moth, and this is as expected. And I'll point out that the UIO67 parent material here, the blue isotherm, the surface area for that matches or is comparable to reported materials in the literature. In the middle and on the right, we have isotherms at 298K for CO2 and nitrogen. So from these data is what we'll be using these data to calculate to estimate the absorption selectivity of CO2 over nitrogen. I just want to point out for the CO2 isotherms, the trend is what we would expect as well. As we introduce more amino groups into the pores of the moth, we see a higher CO2 capacity as we introduce these Lewis basic groups into the pore. So if we move to the next slide, we'll look at some absorption selectivities. These are calculated based on loading of CO2 and nitrogen at the relevant partial pressures for a direct air capture experiment. And in the table below, we show both the experimental results and the simulation results. The experimental results, we see an increase in absorption selectivity as we increase the number of amino groups in the pore. And we see a similar trend for the simulation. Now, and this is gratifying. It tells us that the simulation, our simulation results and our computational team using those results will be will guide us in selection of our core and shell materials. One thing that the simulation is not accurately predicting yet is the actual absolute values of the selectivity values, absolute values of the absorption selectivity, and this is fine at this stage. Our simulations are not designed to accurately predict those at this stage, but it's gratifying to see that it's predicting the right trend. So we can move forward in using our simulation results to actually select the ideal core and shell composition. So next slide, please. And these are the ligands that we've chosen for our initial screening of core and shell materials. These are some of the possibilities that Paul and Chris had identified. For the core, we have this dicyclohexofunctionalized ligand, which has a high selectivity of CO2 over nitrogen and also respectively high CO2 capacity at the partial pressures that we're interested in. And the shell is going to be this monoamino functionalized ligand, which has a high CO2 to water diffusion selectivity value. So next slide, please. So we next move forward to actually preparing the core and shell as pure phase materials. So this is the core moth. As you can see, we're using synthetic conditions that are really quite common for these UIO moths, again, using that acetic acid modulator. And this allows us to really control the crystallite size, as Amanda was talking about. So we prepare these at a size of around 400 to 500 nanometers. Now, it's in the context of building a core shell moth material, it's very important to have control over those crystallite dimensions. And so we've spent some time in controlling that, and I'll get to why that's important in a moment. We can see that these materials are also phase pure. We're currently in the stages of characterizing their absorption properties in terms of CO2, nitrogen, and water. So next slide, please. Here's the pure phase shell material. Again, we can control the size of these crystallites as well, and the average size here is around 300 to 400 nanometers. Next slide, please. Now, what about the core shell material itself? We had an interesting PDF conversion error here. We've got some big black blotches on here. So it's okay. The core shell moth synthesis is as shown here. What we do is we start with these dicyclohexyl UIO67 moth seeds that we can really control their diameter. And we place these in a growth solution containing both the amino biphenyl dicarboxylate ligand and a zirconium salt. Heat this up in DMF and modulator at 65 degrees, and this yields the core shell moth material. We're in the process of fully characterizing this core shell moth material, but the initial characterization results are very promising. In the center, you can see the SEM images of these core shell moth materials, and the core and the shell, the core diameter and the core shell moth diameter, histograms of that are shown on the right. And this is a very important piece of data because it shows that the overall diameter is significantly increasing by about 200 nanometers after the growth of the shell material. And that suggests that we have core shell moth material with about the average core diameter would be, or the average shell diameter would be about 100 nanometers. Okay. And the powder patterns indicate again that we have phase pure material. So moving forward this year is we're continuing to sort of optimize this core shell moth synthesis, controlling the diameter of the shell and so on and so forth, fully characterizing this both in terms of structure and composition, and moving forward into the actual direct air capture measurements for these materials. I'll now pass the baton over to Catherine.
Great, thank you. So I know we're running low on time, so I'll keep this brief. I can go to the next slide. So my group is working to basically scale up or kind of consider what design we could use for the reactor for these core shell moths that the other groups or subgroups have been talking about. So there are a lot of different ways we could do this. We could do monoliths, we could do, powder, we could do pellets of different sizes and shapes. So we're kind of exploring those through modeling and also some 3D printing. Next slide. So one of the things we've done so far is develop a multi-physics model in COMSOL of a packed bed of pellets, and it just basically is a solid sorbent bed with spherical particles. We'd have air flowing up through the bottom through this bed. So we have kind of a working model that we can use for modeling a large reactor. Next slide. We've also developed a smaller scale COMSOL model of just a single solid sorbent, just one particle with air flowing over, and that way we can do more detailed studies of things like how thick the shell and the core should be, and what sort of flow patterns we'll get around it. And really the most important thing we'll study here is kind of the diffusion of gases like CO2 and water through the shell, and kind of timing of breakthrough and different absorption capacities for core and shell materials. Next slide. We've also fitted isotherms from Nat's group. So we've taken their experimental data and started putting those sort of curve fits into our models in COMSOL. So we're working on that. Next slide. And we have some initial modeling results, though we're still kind of working on developing this core shell kind of particle in COMSOL. Next slide. And then finally, we're looking into 3D printing. This particular task got delayed. It was supposed to be our first task, but COVID affected that. So we're back into the labs now and looking at 3D printing options at Pitt and with other collaborators. So if any of you work on 3D printing and think you could help us with Moth monolith printing, please do reach out to me. Next slide. And finally, here's our project schedule. We're on task, or we're on schedule with all of our tasks. Go to the next slide. So the only one that we're sort of falling behind on is that 3D printing task, where we kind of shifted gears more towards the multi-physics modeling in response to COVID, but we're catching up on that. Okay, next slide. Next slide, there we go. So next steps for our team. So Dr. Wilmer's team is scoring and ranking the different combinations of core shell Moths and screening those. The ROSI team is going to work on characterizing absorption for core shell Moths and examining properties as a function of different dimensions. My team is looking into 3D printing, and we want to demonstrate a core shell 3D printed Moth monolith. We're also developing or continuing to develop those COMSOL models and doing some parametric studies there. And then finally, we're getting started on our first journal paper together as a team. So that's all I have. Thank you so much to UCFER for funding this work and for Netl for their assistance.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, your team. What we'll do is we will now move on to the last, presentation before the Q&A discussion, and we will have another presentation by Xiaodong Hu from the University of North Dakota. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me move a little bit here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xiaodong Hu from Institute for Energy Study and University of North Dakota. So I will be the main presenter for this CO2 absorbent project, but my co-work Junior Nasha, and he will be with me, and then answer some question or present some the system design or fabrication part. Our Netl collaborator is Dr. James Hoffman, and the project manager is Dr. Carl Nair. Next one, please. And this will be outline pretty quick introduction and the background on project overview. Next one, please. Yeah, for those you have been in the morning, just a brief introduction about our Institute for Energy Study. We are one of the 8 units under the College of Engineering and Mines founded in 2009. Currently, we are doing our research criteria on these 3 areas on the right. Use the fossil fuel in the carbon constrained environment and carbon management. Recover those critical matters, especially the rare earth element, and build a renewable energy portfolio. We also offer degree in our institute with the education mission. And next one, please. So this project is a post-combustion CO2 capture technology. So just like the previous presenter, I think that's one of the three category under this technology. We work on the solid adsorbent. And advantages of this technology, including it fits very well to those power plant, and then you can cover very wide temperature pressure range and very suitable for the direct air capture. But the disadvantage side, it normally has higher regeneration energy, and also some of those materials are still costly. And next one, please. So to meet the goal of this FOA, which is about 30 to capture CO2, $30 per ton, and with 95% of purity and 30% of the cost saving than the benchmark PCC technology. So we set this goal to develop a very new low cost and multifunctional absorbent. So those specific target of the performance are sitting here, including the capacity, kinetic selectivities, and then the stability for those dynamic testing, and balanced with cost. Next one, please. So this is the technology we proposed. This is a three-step process. In the step one, we use the coal, lignite, very cheap and abundant raw materials as the feedstock, and then use the potassium carbonate, the base, to extract that humic acid, which is the major organic matter of the coal, and then mix this with PEI, that CO2 active ingredient, and a cross-linker, and go through this proprietary granulation technology to make this microsphere. And then the step three is the activation step to make those porous structure. So the key component of this technology is that potassium carbonate, which you say this multifunction. The first function, it work as the base to extract the humic acid from lignite, and then the function two, apparently potassium carbonate is a CO2 active ingredients. And then the third one, it also can work with a mild activator in the activation step. Next one, please. So the scope of work to cover, so we divided the project into 6 tasks. And task one, and the first 3 tasks actually are about the adsorbent preparation. I will work with the Nhl collaborator to work on these 3 tasks. The task one is extraction of humic acid from lignite. That is based on our intensive experience in the past and on other projects. Task 2 will be prepare the humic acid, those microspheres. Key metrics include the size, surface area, and the potassium carbonate and PO loading. Task 3 will be the activation step, where so we are trying to make those porous structure. So those key metrics will be evaluated as a function of the temperature, activity temperature, and the formulas. next one, please. So task 4 to 6 will be led by my colleague Junior and Hellas, and work with NETL collaborator. So task 4 are the statistical test, static test of the CO2 absorption, meaning by the TGA. So those key CO2 absorption performance metrics will be evaluated as a function of the temperature and the humidity. So task 5 will be the system design. So if we once we have a optimized procedure and optimized solvent, then we will fabricate a continuous system in lab bench scale system to test this performance in a cycle, in a kind of continuous model. So do the cycling performance test, and then follow up with that technical economic analysis. Next one, please. So the timeline wise, this project has been delayed, as Bruce introduced early in the morning, because of the foreign national approval. So the kickoff is supposed to be February 1st, but we for PS we did not get the approval until early June. So and some other key personnel only approved by the early August. So we have the kickoff meeting on August 27th. So but our whole team are working very hard to catch this up. So currently we finished the task 1, so on time. So very close to complete the task and task 2. So next one, please. So this is a little bit preliminary result on the proposal. Previously, it can show you how this absorbent looks like. By that formula, we prepare and get this absorbent. You can see the particle size around a few micrometer, and then pretty narrow size distribution. And then you can see those hollow structure and with some cavities. And on the right side, that is CO2 capture test by TGA. By the way, this is a dry condition on syngas. So we can have a quick weight gain about 3.8% in with a half time less than 15 minutes. And then finally get 5.2%. And then I think a key to improve this performance will be try to do the activation of the absorbent, and then put on a real test with moisture. Next, please. So I will just go summarize what we achieved so far on task 1. So the extraction side, as I said, we have extensive experience on this. So the major 3 factors that impact the extraction. So we are targeting high yield in this project. So will be the temperature, time, and the base concentration. So with this 3 factor optimized, we can get a balanced yield and operation efficiency and our cost. The graph underneath, you can see why 4 hours will be optimal time for the extraction. We control the final pH over 9.0 because that is the pKa2 of the phenol group of the humic acid that makes sure the humic acid is fully dissolved. So the next one, please. So, and then we will also refine some secondary factor that could improve the yield as well. So, for example, we try to reduce the particle size of the lignite and we try to increase the liquid to solid ratio, or increase stirring rate. But we found none of those are significant. And then we also try to add a little bit of strong base, and interestingly we find the scenario is getting gelatinized, which could be an interesting observation. We might take a whole use of the whole coal rather than separate those insolubles. There's something we are considering in testing next. Then one of the sorry for that. Go back, please. Yeah, one of the major factor that impact the extraction yield is the coal, ignited coal source. We find the low ash coal definitely give you high yield. Even correct that ash content still give you high yield. So next one, please. So we completed 16 tests. We completed 16 tests on the task tool. So far, we just finished the synthesize part, and the characterization part is still ongoing. So the result is showing in the next slide is just a preliminary result. Next one, please. So these two image, SEM image, compare the solvent with or without the PEI. We find the morphology are a little bit different. So without the PEI, you can get the particle size are pretty narrow size distribution, and then smooth, and then you can see those cavity, or we've been able those kind of hollow structure like the one we get in the primary result. And then after you add the PEI, you will see the surface become pretty rough, and the particle size are broad, distribution is broadened. And then very likely is kind of a solid structure, which we're not sure. We need to do some cross section to confirm this. Next one, please. So data is this is compare the concentration of the potassium carbonate. By increase the concentration a little bit, we might be able to control the structure of the particle. You can see on the right side, with a little bit higher concentration and higher temperature, this one forms a seems more stable particle, and then the left one, which you can see correct. So, but again, this is just a very preliminary result. We're still analyzing the rest of the samples. Next one, please. So we also start work on task 4 to the statistical test. Originally, we are trying to use the data system on the up left right corner, because that one can do a high pressure testing, and also can integrate a moisture generator. But the system need quite a bit of baseline calibration. So we are now using a conventional TGA, the TATG on the bottom, and then we try to integrate a homemade humidifier, so to make this a test. Next one, please. And this is a primary setting up for the statistical CO2 absorption test. So we basically just increase the temperature to 120 around, and then to remove all the moisture absorbed, and then start injection the CO2 with the moisture. So the key we're going to investigate is try to isolate the impact of the gain weight from nitrogen, or also from the moisture. So next, please. So, but you can see from a test this moisture impact, and you can see on the dry condition and the humid CO2, you can see the apparently the absorption will be both absorption capacity is much higher than the dry condition. Next one, please. Let me see. I will hand over this to my colleague for Junior. Are you there? Are you
Yeah.
be able to?
Can you get me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Yep. Thanks. So um, this slide just kind of shows a plan or design for a bench scale test apparatus. Once we're done with the down selection of our the best formulation for carbon capture agent, and also we have figured out the optimal way to scale it up from a few grams or milligrams, which we're testing now, to probably a couple of pounds or maybe even kilogram range. And once we get to that level, our plan is to test it in pretty much a batch system, a dual batch system, where we can hopefully do desorption adsorption cycles, extended desorption adsorption cycles. The picture in the right is actually an image of a similar system we have right now, and that we believe we can easily repurpose for the adsorption desorption test. But right now, that system is not equipped with a chiller or any cooling system, so we would have to do some modifications, which we try to identify in the picture in the left. So this design it's more of a fluidized bed design, and we have the option to operate it more as a packed bed and not a fluidized bed system. We have not yet made a decision on which approach will be the best, but we believe that irrespective of the approach we do, the same equipment design should be able to work for both. So, yeah, that's kind of all I have.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Junior.
Yep.
Okay, next one, please. Yeah, and just brief calibration and statement, and then we have set up a monthly meeting with Dr. James Hoffman, and then we have the kickoff meeting, as said, on August. So we might do some materials correction support get from the Dr. Hoffman, and then probably some advising student. Next one, please. So the summary, and then we finish the task 1 with a good yield of the humic acid extraction, and task 2 is what we are currently doing. We might do further application on those adsorption property, like the size distribution or morphology or porosity. And task 3, that will be started very soon on the activation side. And task 4 will be we already start, and then we're trying to set up a procedure for the rest of 16 sample, and the sample produced in next and task 3. So yeah, with that, next one, please. I think I have everything now. Yeah, with that, I will try to thank you everyone again. Thank you for thank our UCFER program, and the North America Co is our sponsor, and then also our collaborator, Dr. James Hoffman and Dr. Carlaire, and the North America Co Dr. and Gerard Govin, and our student Bernard Xin. Thank you for your attention.
Great, I appreciate it, Xiaodong. Thank you so much. We do have a few questions. Well, first, I just want to say that this does conclude the first half of the carbon capture discussions for today. We will resume our second half after the break, which will follow this Q&A session. There are 3 questions. It looks like they're all coming from Hongkai. So let's start from the latest first, since Xiaodong, you just presented. The question is, theoretically, what would be the highest CO2 adsorption capacity that this proposed sorbent could reach?
That's a good question, but also a harder question. But I don't think that's the adsorbent we prepared really easy to calculate the theoretical capacity, because the formula we are trying to do with a very variation of the PEI loading and also the potassium carbonate. I mean the potassium carbonate loading. And also, we are not very sure about the surface area or porosity at this moment. However, based on some other project we at the IES we have done before, which is based on materials like potassium carbonate coated active carbon. So I think for that project or many projects based on that materials, they can easily get like a 10%. Is that right, Junior? If I'm wrong, please correct me. I think we can get like a 10% of.
Yeah, actually, we're able to, in the project is referencing, we're able to see 18% capacity, but to achieve that capacity, the substrate was a high surface area substrate that had very little stress. So we moved away from that and we focused more on a composition that has a theoretical capacity closer to the 8 to 10%. So
8 to 10, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's will be the good reference to cite. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so Honkai, do you have any follow-up to that answer?
I think they gave a good answer. I'm just wondering, like, based on the molecular weight, right, of the humic acid, and then we would, add those cross-linker PEI, right, and then you could calculate how many binding sites, for example, for the CO2. But those are just estimation, back of the envelope estimation. So that's why I asked the question. So.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Just one point. By the way, difficult is this. The humic acid isn't like some other materials you guys are working on, like this polymer or Moths. They don't have very clear structure yet because it's very complicated extraction product. It's a complex of many organic matters. So it's a kind of a composite. So that I think that's at a second layer of the difficulty on calculating those capacity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. So Justin, could you pull up Pitt's presentation, because this next question has to do with theirs, and I want them to be able to cite anything that they may need to cite. So the second question is also from Honkai. What or why are the heats, or excuse me, for Nat, this question was specifically for Nate Rossi. How do you control the reaction conditions so that the core crystals are not going to dissolve and the shell will grow on the surface of the core?
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for that question. There's a bit of a complicated answer to this, actually. So when we actually do the shell growth on the core moth, I mean, some details, of course, on the slide were left out. If you want to know all the sort of nuts and bolts, I'd refer you to a 2019 paper we published on these types of core shell materials. But basically, in that synthesis, you've got we start by first mixing the components of the shell together in a solution. So the ligand and the metal salt and DMF and acetic acid. And we actually let that react a little bit until it becomes a cloudy solution. And then we centrifuge that to remove all the crystallites that have formed and leave behind any sort of pre-nucleation species that form between the ligand and the metal. And at that stage, we take those pre-nucleation species and we mix those with the core moth, okay? And so then then they begin to grow on the core moth crystals. So that's the actual sort of more detailed synthesis. And if you do it that way, we never find that any of the core moth dissolves. One thing you do need to pay attention to, however, in any core shell moth synthesis is ligand exchange reactions that can occur between the ligand that's in solution that you want to incorporate into the shell. That ligand can exchange with ligands in the core moth. And you can mitigate ligand exchange using a variety of different methods that we've been exploring. And one is Asterix the ligand. So, if you have either bulky ligands that are being incorporated into the shell or bulky ligands that are already present in the core, that can mitigate ligand exchange and really kind of slow down the kinetics of it. And that will prevent sort of formation of more mixed ligand moths. I hope that answers your question, Joe. It's a good question.
That's very neat. Yeah, I think it's very nice work. Yeah, it's difficult to control, but from your description, I think it's pretty clear. So thank you.
And Nate, is this paper you cited publicly available, or how can
actually it's referenced in this slide in on the background for core shell moth. So it's like, I don't know, slide 12 or something like that. Probably.
Got it. Okay.
Or, maybe,
sounds good.
For like slide 15, maybe 16. I don't know. You have to flip through it, but it's
yeah,
I know which paper it's talking about. Yeah. So
okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was one other question. I believe this was directed to Amanda, correct? Amanda Morrison.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's go to Honkai's the very first question he had intended to ask. Could we pull up the what was it, the Virginia Tech presentation? Amanda Morris's presentation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can answer his question if you want. Honkai asked about the heats of adsorption between the chromium and the magnesium. So that's slide 5 there if you want to go it. And he asked why they're so different. Honkai, that's a really good question. And these are experimental values, right? So I don't, and there aren't really errors provided on those from the papers. I can give you the references that we pulled them from, although they're there in the footnote.
I trust you. Yeah, I think
well, for both of them, right? The absorption is probably dictated by, like, the metal node to CO2 interaction, but you would think based on a Lewis acidity scale that chromium would be better. And so I agree with you that it's somewhat confusing. It's just those are the experimental values that are quoted. We should measure them ourselves, and so I'll put that on the docket.
Because in your talk, you gave a very nice description how you create the defects over there, right? Mm-hmm. I was just wondering if that will play a role here, for this almost twice as much, right?
Yeah. Potentially. Both of these moths are really susceptible to excess linker being in the pores. I mean, if you go in the literature, they talk about it a lot. And I sometimes wonder if maybe the heats of adsorption that you're seeing is actually impacted by that excess linker that's just stuck in the pores.
With so-called modulator. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that'll, it's a good idea. So we can start to think about that. Obviously, with the UIO materials, that's easy. We have that and we can measure that. But it would be interesting to measure it specifically on these materials that show promise for DAC.
Definitely. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Nice talk, by the way.
Thank you.
So we have one last question I'm seeing here. It's actually for you, Honkai. So if we could queue up his presentation. How did he measure his regeneration energy of 83 kilojoules per mole? And did he have to account for water evaporation? And we can unmute Junior in case he wants to clarify anything about his question.
Okay. Yeah, I can answer that question right now. Yeah. So you don't need to, pop up my presentation there. I think it's a general question how did I measure the heat absorption over there. Actually, we did not only the heat absorption, but also we measured the heat capacity, and also the overall we calculated the energy optimized, right? How much energy we need to actually capture per kilogram or per mole of CO2 over there. So I think in the measurements, right, two values are important. One is the heat absorption for CO2, right? The other one is actually how much heat you use to heat this sorbent up, right? To the also you kind of count when you regenerate, how much energy actually release as well, right? And also for the wet sorbent, obviously you need to consider that the heat of absorption of the water as well. So I think that's overall we have this calculation, the protocol, and all the details in one of the supporting information of the paper I cited over there. So if you're interested, and I will probably send you an email, Julia.
Yep, that would be great. And the reason I brought up the question is, like I said, in our previous work, we had where also water was a key part of our sorbent. And I just wanted to know if you had a way of just measuring it, because in the past we had to measure and also do some calculations to try and account for everything. So I just wanted to see if there was some other way out there that others are doing. See if I could learn something. But, yeah, I'll definitely check the paper you referenced. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the question.
All right, great. Well, Joe, you seem to be the star of this Q&A. You were either asking questions or answering them. So we'll thank you all for the discussion. We're just a little bit behind, but it's not a huge deal. We're going to start our afternoon break and reconvene at 2:55. The first presenter will be Bradley Irvin from University of Kentucky. I just asked that
Omar, your audio just cut out completely. We missed whatever you just said. Hi, Bruce. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, but we could not hear you before. This is
Okay.
Theo Church's USC. I'm just making sure that you can hear me because I'm the speaker after Bradley. I'm the next speaker. So, can you hear me well?
I can hear you. Yes.
That's great. Now, so I have to keep saying next slide. Is that correct? I cannot move those myself.
Yes, please, if you would say that.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself again until my time comes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Went out for a little bit. Justin, are you still on?
Yes, I can hear you again. I think I picked you and Lauren off.
Okay. Did I cut out?
I lost audio for you, and I didn't hear anything from Bradley Irvine if he was doing a mic check.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed that, so we both got kicked off, like the internet. We actually both lost our internet connection for a bit there. It seems to be okay now. I just wasn't sure where you guys had lost me, because it said the webinar had stopped recording as soon as I was finished talking, but I'm not sure if that means I was cut off or not. So
Yeah, I think you were. What you were you were leading up to asking each of the three speakers to do sound checks.
okay. Well,
I'm gonna be a minute. I think I need to call info desk because I can't get back in.
okay. Sounds good.
So I'm gonna call back in as soon as I call them.
All right, no problem.
Be right back.
Okay, so sorry, Justin, did anyone do a mic check, or are we still just gonna wait a couple minutes?
I think it was Theodore did a mic check.
Okay.
I didn't hear Bradley or Mao Hong.
This is Bradley. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great.
Okay, good. And then you said Theo or Theodore, and then Mao Hong. Okay. Mao Hong and Cheng. Okay, Mao Hong is not under panelists. Let's see if he's.
Looks like
No.
Cheng might be under other attendees. I'm gonna bump him up.
Okay, I'm not seeing Mao Hong under either list, but I might be missing him. Or did Mao Hong have someone? No, he didn't have anyone presented for him, because I think all of these names are the actual presenters.
Hello. Hi, Oma.
Hi, Mao Hong.
No, this is Chen. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I just wanted to double check my microphone is working. That's great. So you can see me, right? You can see my as showing up in your panel, and you can hear me, right?
We don't need to see anybody. It's all going to be audio, but yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. I will be waiting for the 4 o'clock. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And okay, I guess Justin, we may have to wait for Lauren to come on. But do you happen to have the link to the Netl landing page for the presentations?
No, I just have the link for the shared drive.
Okay, that's fine.
Folder.
So when Lauren comes back on, we'll try to get the link shared.
Okay.
I think regardless, Bruce, I mean, we're going to send you guys the link to send everyone after this is all said and done anyway.
Okay.
Okay, it's 2:55. So why don't we get Bradley's slides up, and Bruce, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, thanks. So what we'll do now is we'll finish the last three presentations in the carbon capture session. All three of these presentations are round 6 projects. And the first one that we will have is from Bradley Irvin from the University of Kentucky. So Bradley, when you're ready.
All right, well, thank you very much. So today I'm going to be talking to you guys about the project that we've been working on here. It's the development of acoustic-driven packing material. If I can get the next slide, please. Does my sound okay?
Yes.
Awesome. And I do want to apologize. I got quite a lot of transitions in my presentation. So what is packing material, right? What it does is it provides additional surface area for reactions such as mass transfer to occur. And these are generally used in pack beds, columns, and such. And there's been quite a lot of research in this area, especially since it does increase surface area. Obviously, you want to get more surface area, but unfortunately, that comes with penalties such as reduced gas velocity, liquid distribution issues, pressure drop increasing. So can I get the next two animations? Where they're used primarily, it's not just CO2 capture, it's used in acid gas scrubbing, such as the removal of SOx. I mean, you could even consider distillation columns, those plates, to be a form of packing material as well. Uh-oh. And generally, they're just some sort of dense conglomeration of corrugated sheets of metal. And you can see down here, this is actually a picture of our current column from our small test bench. And that's what it looks like. Next slide, please. So if we want to talk about improving packing material, what if there was a way to increase the surface area provided by them without actually changing the geometry of the packing material itself? And when I asked myself this question, you know, my background is in physics and we love waves. So my thought was, well, let's get some surface waves traveling along that thin liquid film. So that's what we did. And how we did it was we used sonication. Basically, we took a thin film and sonicated it. And we got what I expected to see, surface waves traveling over the thin film. But we also observed two other mechanisms besides that one. One was this acoustic streaming phenomenon. It really depends on the current harmonics of the system, but you can get fountain effects and other sorts of weird turbulence generating effects. So this also improved mass transfer. So we wanted to look into that a bit further. And one of our associates was doing experimentations with adding solids on the scale of about 20 microns to the capture solvent. So we added that to it too. And we noticed that it improved even further. And we dubbed this mechanism a type of microturbulence. So if you can think of temperature as turbulence on the atomic scale and stirring as turbulence on the, say, macro scale, and this would be turbulence on the micro scale. Next slide. So I'm not going to go through all of the testing we've done, but this is just our proof of application. How do we bring surface waves into a column? Well, we just stuck a probe in there. So this is a countercurrent column filled with random Rusher packing rings. And I think for this we used MEA solvent. Next slide, please. And these are the results. And as we suspected, the increase in CO2 capture is proportional to the applied acoustic amplitude. So as we increase the power, we saw an increase in CO2 removal. Now, I should note that these are all at cold conditions. So this was 14% CO2 coming in, and our alkalinity was about 5 moles per kg, which is pretty standard. Next slide. And things got really interesting when we added that solid additive. So we saw an even further increase in absorption, up to around 25% over the baseline at some points. Next slide, please. So where we're at with this technology, we started out with a proof of concept. It's just in a just in a flask. And what I just showed you with our proof of application, and then we developed our first working prototype. So the proof of application, we just put a probe in there. But the first working prototype was we actually got the packing material to become a transmitter of acoustic waves, energy, if you will. I'm going to talk a little bit on that on the next slide. But currently, right now, with this project, we're doing bench scale testing, and then hopefully we can bring it up to our full pilot scale, and maybe even to commercial deployment. Next slide, please. So with our first prototype, we did see that it showed very similar results to what we saw in our proof of concept and our proof of application. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long. We got a couple of hours out of it, and then it failed, and we couldn't get it to work again. So we asked ourselves why. And the reason all comes down to resonance. In order for the packing material to oscillate at its peak efficiency and not overload, it has to be in resonance with the transducer, which is about 21 kilohertz. But as solvent is added to the packing material and the gas passes through it, you get what is called a reactive load, where that natural frequency tends to shift and wobble. And if it shifts and wobbles, then the transducer and the packing material fall out of sync and it fails. So the question is what do we do? Well, we found a company in Switzerland called MPI Ultrasonics, and they developed an advanced acoustic generator, which is able to measure the current impedance of the whole system and adjust its output frequency to maintain resonance. So then that comes to this project and our research goals. So currently, and we've just finished this, we've designed our bench scale acoustic packing material column. And then from there, we're going to construct it. That's the phase that we're in now. And then we're going to test it. And what are we going to test? We're going to test its performance at different acoustic amplitudes against baselines. We're going to test with at least 2 different solvents, probably definitely MEA and one of our proprietary solvents. And then we're going to test the effectiveness of the solid additive. Next slide, please. So this is our bench scale unit. We just got done refurbishing this. It's quite good. It has very high repeatability. It's a 3-inch diameter column. It's got the latest controls management systems, and it does have a pressurized stripper. It does use bottled CO2 and house nitrogen. Our other bench unit has a coal boiler attached to it. It's a bit more sophisticated. This is the more laboratory bench version of it. But again, like I said, we're going to test it at multiple amplitudes for each test, 38% MEA, and then our fine solid. So you can imagine that we're just going to take that column that's circled there and replace it with the acoustic driven packing material column. Next slide. So how's this column going to look? So if you can imagine that there is a column filled with packing material, and then alongside the packing material are some sort of acoustic transmission wires. And those wires are affixed to a transducer at the top of the column as shown in this schematic. Next animation. Its acoustic amplitude would look something like this. Unfortunately, this doesn't have the best acoustic resolution. And by the way, these models were done on COMSOL by MPI. Next animation. All in all, the whole column would look something like this. The cons to this is to accommodate the acoustic transmission wires, we had to have a 1/2-inch air gap around the packing material, which is pretty bad, especially if you're considering gas channeling effects. And as I said, it has poor acoustic efficiency, but the pros is that it only uses one transducer, and the acoustics are isolated to the packing material itself. So there's going to be no bleed effects onto the outer column itself. And one of the things that we were concerned about is how we were going to distribute the weight load of this. So this was our first initial concept. And then a more wild concept came up next. Next slide. This was proposed by MPI, where instead of connecting directly to the packing material itself, you could sonicate the column. And in this design, it incorporated 4 separate acoustic transducers, all separated into kind of their own little sections, and they had their own sections of packing material, which they were responsible for oscillating. Kind of get to the animation of this. And if you can imagine, here's what that would look like on the outside cylinder. And then the next animation. So the final product would look something like this in a 3D representation. The pros of this were great acoustic coverage, and there was no air gap around the packing material. The cons, however, is that you're vibrating the entire column and you got a lot of transducers, and then that brings up worries about power consumption. And that's one of the things that we're going to look at during this experiment, is how much power is this going to use up. It being a inductive load versus a resistive load, I'd imagine it's power versus, sorry, I keep coughing. It's power versus, performance gain is going to be pretty good. Next slide, please. So we combined these two ideas and formed what I just call a hybrid design. So from this, we were able to reduce that air gap from 1/2 inch to about 1/4 inch, which if you account for the acoustic oscillations, it's really only about 1/8 of inch. And this new idea solves our weight support issues. It keeps the number of transducers needed to a minimum, and it generates high acoustic efficiency. Can I get the next animation? Here's what it looks like. So instead of vibrating the outer tube, what we did was we connected all the sections of the packing material into one solid tube, and then we're going to use a transducer to oscillate that. It's not drawn in this picture, but there will be an outer column that will go around it to support the whole thing. Yes, thanks. That's what it looks like 3-dimensionally. And yep, next slide. That's it right there. Okay, so here's our acoustic resolutions, and you can see it's not only oscillating on the outside, but it's also oscillating on the inside. This is what we in MPI finally decided on, and we're currently in the process of constructing that right now. Next slide. So what is the point of all this, right? If you can imagine, probably one of the greatest hurdles to deploying CO2 capture, especially in terms of liquid amine and for post-combustion, it's capital costs. We estimate, this is just our estimation for a 60-foot absorber column, it's going to cost about $84.6 million. Next animation. And if we can get next animation. Yeah, so we can get a 30%. Oh, back. We can get a 30% mass transfer enhancement. Then we can reduce that capital cost from 84.6 to 62.1 million, which is significant savings. And obviously, this scales as your process scales as well. All right, next slide.
All right, I think we're frozen for a second.
Oh, it's no problem.
You want the acknowledgement slide?
Yes, please. That's it. Thank you. So I just want to take the time to thank UCFER and Penn State team, Bruce Miller, DOE, Justin Brown, and Benjamin, and my co-I, Kunli Liu, Roger Perone, my undergraduate student at Parker, and our administrative expert, Lisa. And I also want to take a special thanks for MPI Ultrasonics. They really are going out of the way on this. They're one of those companies that Bruce was talking about at the start that is giving quite a bit of, what would you say, not necessarily monetary cost share, but they are doing a lot of extra work in terms of simulations. They're providing that at in kind for this project. And that's it. I guess I finished a little bit early. I do apologize. Maybe I went too fast. I guess I just get on the roll.
Well, thank you, Bradley. That was very informative. Omar, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to take a question or two here, or did you just want to start Theo's presentation?
Yeah, we have a couple minutes, so we might as well. If anyone has any questions, why don't you go ahead and raise your hands, and we'll unmute you. I apologize. We've been dealing with some internet issues. At least Lauren and I have. I don't know why. So if I cut out, Bruce, you're going to have to take over for me. But if anyone has any questions for the presentation we just heard, why don't you raise your hand or submit it through the chat box if you're a panelist. I guess in the meantime, Bradley, I mean, is there, if I know you ended early and perhaps it was by design, but is there anything that you would like to take some more time to explain further while we're waiting on a question? Any other tangential thoughts you think might also be relevant? I don't mean to put you on the spot again.
Well, right. So as I said before, when we think about scalability of this project, there are other ways of inducing surface waves in a thin film, not just through sonication. In fact, the undergraduate student that I have working with me on this project is currently investigating different frequencies. So we've been able to see positive results at frequencies as low as 10 hertz, 60 hertz, 180 hertz. We chose 20 kilohertz, that's the sonication region, is because that is a mature field, and it's very easy to get equipment to build things with. So back to energy use. As I said, it's an inductive load, it's not a thermal load. So I'm only really imagining that if somebody were to have this installed on their column, it'd probably be equivalent to just having an extra fan in terms of power consumption. But that's what this project is here to find out, and I can't wait to see what we get.
Great, perfect. Well, I mean, I guess we don't have any questions yet, so we'll table whatever questions there are for Bradley for our formal Q&A. Bruce, I know we're 2 minutes ahead of time, but I think I'll just pass it over to you to introduce the next presentation.
Sure, yeah, we could get started. Excuse me. Yeah, our next presentation is by Theo Tsotsis from the University of Southern California, and I do see he's unmuted. So Theo, begin whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So I guess good afternoon for everybody, including me in California. So I'm going to talk today about a new process that we have been working on that involves the production of alcohols from waste CO2. And the names there on the first slide is the names of two of the PhD students working on the project, and also my collaborator at USC, Dr. Christian Jensen. Next slide, please. And here is the obligatory talk outline. I'm going to spend a little bit of time trying to explain to you what the general idea is, and then present the experimental approach, some preliminary results. This project started in February 1st, I believe, this year, and then give you some of the conclusions we've drawn so far of how the project is doing and some of the future work. Next slide, please. So this is the general idea here. We have waste CO2, and then we're going to utilize waste CO2 for production of alcohols. In this particular case, our focus is methanol, but of course, you can apply the same technology for higher alcohols and things like DME. And before we hit the alcohol production step, then we're going to have a intermediate step, which is basically taking CO2, which may or may not be a good substrate for producing alcohols, and try to sweeten it in some way to make it more appropriate. And in this case, we're going to try to do that through a reverse water gas shift reaction. Once we do that, then we're still challenged, of course, with the alcohol synthesis part, because it's a very challenging operation. As you know, it's highly thermodynamically equilibrium limited, and it's an exothermic process, a nightmare for a chemical engineer to design. And we've been working then for the last few years on developing what we think is a very good technology called the membrane conductor reactor technology that allows us to get high conversion, high efficiency, being able to accommodate the exothermicity of the reaction. Next slide, please. Next slide. So again, here I'm just repeating what I was just saying about the alcohol synthesis, the range of pressures, moderate by chemical engineering standards, but high anyway. Temperatures are low, very low, and conversion generally hovers around 25 to 30%, which means basically lots of recycle one needs to do. And then originally our motivation for developing the membrane conductor reactor technology is for producing alcohols for biomass, which is a distributed type of application, can afford to have an air separation unit, and therefore, in order to be able to do it, I have to get high conversions. I cannot afford to recycle a syngas that contains 60, 70% nitrogen, and that's the whole idea of this technology, trying to get conversions that reach 80, 90%, so I don't have to worry about any recycle. Next, please. Next slide. And this is our lab scale system, a schematic of it. It's a high pressure alcohol synthesis reactor, and it has two key features of it outside. It's the packed bed where the catalyst is, and in the middle of the packed bed then is a membrane, a high temperature membrane, and then inside the membrane we flow a liquid solvent, which is high temperature resistant and can operate at the conditions of alcohol synthesis. And the role of the solvent is to dual function. One is to remove in situ the reaction products, thus helping us to overcome the equilibrium limitations. And another role is this is a high capacity solvent and is also capable of removing the exothermicity of the reaction. Next slide, please. And this is just summarizing some of the advantages of the membrane conductor reactor system. Higher process synergy, and this results, as noted, from the synergy that's been created by combining reaction and separation in the same unit. And net outcome of that, of course, being able to overcome the equilibrium limitations through the in situ product removal. Higher energy efficiency, primarily deriving from the ability of the sweep solvent to also serve as an effective coolant, and goes without saying, and that's not unique to our own reactive separation process, as a more compact and flexible design. Next slide, please. The current project's objectives, the objectives of the current project is to investigate the performance of the integrated process, which combines the reverse water gas shift reaction with the methanol synthesis component, the MCR, investigate the performance of this integrated system to utilize CO2 to produce alcohols, and study its performance for a broad range of pressures and temperature conditions. We have a model for the MCR, an augmented model for the reverse water gas shift stage, and then use this model then to assess the full range of attainable conversions, which go beyond, of course, the capabilities of the lab scale system, which at this point at least accommodates only one membrane. And once we are done with that, use the same model then to carry out a techno-economic analysis of the process to compare its performance with that of the more conventional absorption-based carbon separation and capture technologies. Next slide, please. And these are the project tasks and timeline. As I noted, we started February 1st. This has 5 tasks. I described most of them. And during this period, our focus was on task 1, putting the lab scale system together, the integrated system together, and task 2, which is basically test the individual components before we embark into task 3 that involves the testing of the integrated system. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the components of this technology. Critical component, of course, is membranes. Membranes that are capable of withstanding the alcohol synthesis environment. And one advantage of this technology is that it does not require us to develop high performance, highly selective membranes. Not that we're not able to do that. My group has been in the area of inorganic membranes for more than 20 years now. But if we can buy one of those membranes commercially, that would be quite beneficial, of course, for the technology. And that's what we do here. Basically, we utilize commercial gamma lumina mesoporous membranes. And what we do, we just mess a little bit around with the surface characteristics of those membranes. We just tune the hydrophilicity, hydrophobicity of the surface to be able to locate the solvent inside the membrane structure at the appropriate position that optimizes performance. In this particular case, we have used a number of ways of modifying the membrane surface. In this particular case, we graphed a fluoroalkylsilane agent, FAS, to be able to do that. Next slide, please. And then the choice of the sweep liquid. It's a big demand for a liquid to be able to withstand the high pressures and high temperatures of the alcohol synthesis. We have found liquids like this. 2 general classes. One is ionic liquids. The other one is petroleum-based compounds. In this case, the petroleum-based one is the acronym TGD stands for tetraethylene glycol dimethyl ether. And then we also identified a number of ionic liquids, and this particular one is shown here on this picture. And what is some of the advantages of the ionic liquids? Of course, they're highly polar compounds, high methanol solubility and other alcohols as well, very little solubility of CO and hydrogen, and typical IELs have very low vapor pressures, which makes downstream processing much easier. And then also high heat capacities. The TCD solvent has many of these important properties as well, but not as good. I mean, its alcohol solubility is not as high. Its vapor reversal is not as low, and its decomposition temperatures I cannot see on my slide, unfortunately, because it's cut here at the bottom. But another advantage, of course, for this liquid, another requirement for this liquid is to have a very high decomposition temperature. You don't want them to be reacting inside the reactor also. So a little bit of inferior properties of the organic solvent, key advantage presently much cheaper than the ionic liquid. Okay, so we both looking at both, and eventually it will be the TA study will determine which one is the most advantageous one. Next slide, please. One concern, of course, for ionic liquids, use of ionic liquids, as some of you know at least, we are presently using them also for post-combustion CO2 capture. And that's a good thing if you do flue gas separation, of course, not a good thing if you are trying to react CO2 to produce alcohols, because CO2 is also one of the key reactants. So we spent quite a bit of time trying to determine the solubility of alcohols into the various ionic liquids to select the one that has very little solubility. And as you see from this data here, high pressure data under the alcohol synthesis conditions, thank God the ionic liquid has extremely low solubility at the conditions of the alcohol synthesis. Next slide, please. And here we have compared the solubility of TGD in the ionic liquid, and just the message from here is basically both of them alcohols. They have a high solubility towards the alcohols, but the ionic liquid is more advantageous in that regard. Okay. Next slide, please. And this manifests itself when we try the ionic liquid and the TGD in the membrane reactor experiment. As you see there, both of them, of course, show significantly improved performance of the packed bed reactor. And obviously, not obviously, but at least as you can see, obviously from this figure, is they significantly exceed the thermodynamic equilibrium as well. But as you will see there, the ionic liquid shows a little bit better performance than the TGD. Again, it will come down to the matter of cost and availability. Next slide, please. And another concern that one has to address, of course, is will the ionic liquid survive long-term inside the alcohol synthesis environment, which in addition to the alcohols also contains water. And we spent quite a bit of time analyzing post-mortem the ionic liquid after it has been subjected to the membrane reactor experiments to show via NMR that it indeed does survive the experience inside the alcohol synthesis reactor. Next slide, please. So task one, like I said, is we spent the time designing a construction of the combined reverse water gas reactor or MCR system. And that is the next slide, please, is the PNID of the system. And it has two components in red in there for you to see. One of them is the reverse water gas reactor. The other one is the high pressure alcohol synthesis reactor, and they are combined together. And it's a challenging system, in all honesty. The system is capable, the reverse water gas reactor is capable of operating separately in pressure and temperature than the alcohol synthesis reactor. Of course, for the most part in our studies, we're going to keep them at the same pressure. And in between, the reverse water gas reactor serves as stage one. Therefore, the output from stage one is going to go into stage two, which is the alcohol synthesis reactor. And in between, then, we have heat exchangers to remove the water that the reverse water gas reactor generates, because we have found that water is not a good thing for alcohol synthesis catalysts. So there is a water removal step in between the two reactors. Next slide, please. And that shows the existing system now that we constructed as part of this project, sitting inside a chemical hood. Okay, next slide, please. So the last few months, then, mostly our focus was on testing the individual systems, the reverse water gas reactor and the MCR methanol synthesis subsystem. Next slide, please. I alluded to the presence, the existence of a model, kinetic model for this catalyst. This is the rates of the reactions for this model, and we had previously generated. Next slide, please. Next slide. Quite a bit of data pertaining to conditions, syngas conditions from the biomass gasification application, and we spent additional time generating kinetic data pertaining to this proposed CO2 waste to alcohols system. These are some of the data there on an isoconversion plot, and this is the kinetics that we have generated that we utilize in our models. Next slide, please. We have prepared a catalyst for the reverse water gas reaction. It's a promoted copper iron type catalyst, supported catalyst. Started generating some reaction data recently, but for this effort here, as we've shown recently, really, although I don't present the data here, that this catalyst is quite active. So the reverse water gas reactor operates effectively at equilibrium. And here, these are some of our calculations of what the equilibrium conversion would like in the reverse water gas reactor for various temperatures, and what kind of a carbon factor this corresponds to. For those of you skilled in the art of alcohol synthesis, you know that we talk in terms of carbon factor, which is effectively the fraction of CO in the CO plus CO2 mixture, and the stoichiometric number, which is effectively the stoichiometric number hydrogen covered by the ratio of hydrogen to the carbon source. Okay, so these are the CF numbers that will result from the reverse water gas reactor system. And typically for the biomass application, we are really in the range of CFs 0.65 to 0.75. The key characteristic of the CO2, waste CO2 application is your CF factors are quite low, 0.3, 0.2, and that is one of the challenges one faces, of course, in this area. So next slide, please. So a key focus then, I know this slide is probably, you cannot see it, but the key focus was here just to look at how is this MES MCR system is gonna operate under carbon factors that are low compared to the conventional carbon factors one encounters when produces alcohols from coal gasification or biomass gasifications in gas. And the points here are the experimental points. The surfaces are the predictions of the model that I just showed you a couple of slides ago. And a key conclusion here, of course, is that yes, lower CF factors is not a good thing. Okay, so and that, of course, motivates. Next slide, please. That's some additional data we generated pertinent to this proposed application. So that motivates then the use of the MCR. Okay, and then we spend then, next slide, please. Spend quite a bit of time then working on with the MCR itself and doing experiments and looking at things like the impact of temperature. Next slide, please. The impact of pressure. Next slide, please. And the impact of liquid flow rates. Next slide, please. Liquid flow rates, again, under different conditions. So next slide, please. So from the previous slides, I know we are sort of in a hurry here, but the net result of course, the key conclusion from the previous slides is that the MCR performs significantly better than the packed bed reactor. It's capable of exceeding equilibrium conversion again, significantly improved conversions of the PBR. So the MCR system then is quite appropriate for use for the proposed application. So just to summarize the progress today, we have designed the hybrid integrated reverse water gas methanol synthesis MCR system. We have studied its ability, validated its ability to function as a second stage following the reverse water gas reactor. That's, I'm referring here to the MCR. So we have shown them that either system works as we originally intended to. We have used an in-house kinetic model that we have validated for additional data to model some of the data we have generated. And we have prepared the reverse water gas catalyst and characterize it. And testing of that catalyst is presently undergoing. Next slide, please. Future work, continue and finish task 2, which is basically complete the performance evaluation of the reverse water gas component. And then we'll initiate task 3, which is complete the study of the integrated system to evaluate its performance for a broad range of pressure and temperature conditions. Then use the model, the experimentally validated model, for process design and scale up. And then eventually, hopefully at the end, carry a techno-economic analysis of the process, compare its performance with that of the conventional absorption-based carbon separation and capture technologies. Next slide, please. Potential areas for collaborations ongoing is the preparation and characterization of the novel catalyst, and we hope in the future to be able to work with Netl's work. It's still colleagues to work with them in optimizing the engineering design and also carrying out some of this TA analysis. Next slide, please. Of course, grateful to the U.S. Department of Energy and UCFER, and Bruce, of course, and his colleagues for the funding. And we're also thankful for the guidance and assistance of Krista Hill, who's our Netl task monitor, and Doug Kaufman, who's our technical point of contact. That's all from me. Any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Theo. What we'll do is the questions, we'll hold those for the Q&A discussion. I did want to say you seem to have made some nice progress for just, for a round 6 project that has just started. Well, we have one more presentation in the carbon capture session, and that is by Ma-Hong Fan from the University of Wyoming. And so if we can get his slides up. There you go. Ma-Hong, are you ready to give your presentation? You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. This is Ma-Hong from the University of Wyoming. First we thank DOE and thank the PSU management team to support us, to get us to work on this project. The title of the project is Use of a Novel Process for Revolutionizing CO2 Capture. The project is performed mainly by University of Wyoming and PSU, and also we are going to do a very close collaboration with Nhl team also. The team led by Dr. Stenko. Next page, please. Next page, please. Oh, I'm worried about you cannot hear me. Okay, fine. Okay, let's look at the issue right now for the CO2 capture. Basically, the major challenge for chemabsorption of the CO2 capture technology. Frankly speaking, this is the fundamental issue we know for basically all the chemabsorption CO2 capture technology. If you look at the 2 reversible reactions, the first one look like it's mainly for organic-based, amine-based CO2 capture technology, and the second one is for inorganic, actually for organic, amine-based CO2 capture. The second one also exists. Actually, is a big challenge. So, frankly speaking, both reactions are the major challenging for organic compound-based CO2 capture. Certainly for inorganic compound-based CO2 capture technology, it really are 2. But right now, because this project really is amine-based, so we list both reactions here. So if you look at reaction from left to right, if the first one you can see water on the left side. For basically for all the amine for solution for aqueous-based CO2 capture technology, water is a bigger percentage, right? So really from stoichiometry-wise, water is much overdosage. That's why resorption relatively faster than desorption, because you have water, a lot of water in the system on the left side. Definitely difficulty to move your reaction from right to left, which means your desorption is slower. Really, water is the issue there. But certainly we can talk a lot here, talk about this issue a lot here. But I want to use the reaction to tell the water is one of the issue we should target for, lower the CO2 capture technology energy consumption. For second one, if you look at the CO2 plus in the OH, it gets bicarbonate really from right to left, from left to right, relatively easy, but from right to left, the active energy is pretty high also. Okay, so I'm going to identify the two big, very challenging reactions in this page, with this page, which means that is the key we try to use to solve the current CO2 technology issues. Certainly, it's lower CO2 absorption and it's lower CO2 desorption, especially CO2 desorption. Both factors will significantly increase CO2 capture energy consumption, right? Because kinetic relate to energy consumption. So lower, the higher energy consumption you will have. So next page, please. So what should we do? Here's the technology hypothesis, RD hypothesis. I'm the chemist, and I work in lots of catalysis research. So the hypothesis is we can use catalysis to solve this issue. If you look in the table, answers are very clear here. We make assumptions. We make, again, we make, this is a desorption. Okay, this is not absorption, the desorption. You look at literatures, most literature reports the CO2 desorption active energy is around 115. Here I use a 114.25. It's a very accurate number. We got, and some people got also from, we published data in Energy in the Field, ACS journal. So you can, some people are interested in the numbers. You can take a look at that, how we get the numbers. But no matter what, based on the numbers and based on the desorption and 18 degrees C, and also we use Arrhenius equation, we did the estimates. You can see the active energy can significantly, we suppose we can reduce active energy by 1%, 5%, finally 20%. Under those scenarios, we can increase CO2 desorption significantly from 2%, 2 times to more than 1,000 times. Certainly, this is a theoretical, theoretical estimate. In reality, maybe not so high because, again, this is not stoichiometry. Basically, the majority of the CO2 capture technology don't use stoichiometry. Okay, so that's why I want to point out here. This is a theoretical estimate, but even we cannot reach this, so high values, particularly by theory, but at least can tell the theory, the catalyst has a huge potential to increase CO2 capture rate. Certainly can reduce the CO2 capture energy consumption. Next page, please. Also, again, because we use the catalysis, right? So this is equation. This is basically a bridge equation between thermodynamic parameters and the kinetic parameters. The left thermodynamic parameters, the dirty edge. The right side is the active energy for both absorption and desorption. We cannot change the thermodynamic parameter that is determined by reaction itself. However, we can play, the two active energy. We can make, both smaller. So which means the difference, as long as the difference will be same. Okay, you cannot change it because that is set by thermodynamic property of CO2 capture reaction at 30 H value. So that means if we can decrease the desorption active energy, meanwhile, and simultaneously we can reduce the CO2 absorption active energy. So that's the benefit of, increase CO2 desorption rate, which means you have something can help with CO2 when you capture CO2, when you absorb CO2. So really, this catalyst play double role, catalyze CO2 desorption and absorption. Next page, please. Okay, certainly we develop technology. We want to benefit the people. We want to benefit the economy and the environment. So economically, we can lower CO2 capture cost and make CO2 capture acceptable in more industry, because most industry right now still not accept CO2 capture because the cost too high, right? So secondly, we can generate high quality CO2 because amine is good sorbent. However, it has the disadvantage. Everybody knows that, because amine can be easily oxidized. If you oxidize amine, you will generate some bad organic chemical. Actually, those chemical potentially can cause cancer. Some people said, okay, you capture CO2, you do not want to generate some gas that emit to air, that finally cause cancer. That's why we need a lower CO2 capture temperature. Hopefully, we can use the catalyst to realize that the purpose. So that's why we can use the catalyst to avoid amine oxidation. That's the goal, and hopefully we can realize through the low temperature CO2 capture. And also you can increase employment, because if people use CO2 capture technology widely, so you can hire people to basically to commercialize CO2 capture technology, which means you can employ a lot of people, really increase employment. And also we can reduce CO2 capture costs, utilization. CO2 utilization including capture and conversion, just from a chemical conversion viewpoint. Certainly the first part is critical also. For our first part is critical because capture cost is high. So hopefully we can reduce this cost of CO2 utilization from a chemical conversion viewpoint. Next page, please. Okay, so environmentally, certainly we capture CO2, reduce the CO2 emission. That's good for environment, but also we can also reduce liquid discharge, because we use a low temperature CO2 capture, which means we need less water to cool the regeneration system, because amine you need to circulate. Fresh amine, suspended amine, you regenerate amine. So basically, amine circulates in both sorber and desorber, so which regenerate and the generator. If we can lower the CO2 desorption or regeneration temperature, we do not need so much water to cool the system, which means we lower the water utilization requirement. Also, certainly we can reduce a secondary air pollution. I just mentioned a moment ago. I do not want to repeat here anymore. So, and next page, please. So certainly we can help DOE meet its mission, ensures Americans' access to and use of safe, secure, reliable, affordable fossil fuel energy resources and strategic reserves. Because like Wyoming, lots of coal, really people cannot use the coal. Economic effect, hopefully we still can, help coal industry, and meanwhile we capture CO2. That's why we can help DOE meet emission. Also, we can help DOE realize visions, improving a living standard of American people with clean, efficient, and reliable energy. And also, we can help DOE achieve its goal. That's all. We have only has 3 goals. I do not read this one by one, but everybody knows that. Thank you. Next page, please. Okay, this is, for UCFER, I don't think we need a SOPO, but I just, I try to make this organized, as a regular DOE proposal. So we have a SOPA, the objective clear here. We have several specific objectives. Number one, we want to dramatically increase CO2 sorption desorption rate with catalyst, which means we try to capture CO2 and lower than 100 degrees C. Secondly, we try to avoid the need for state-of-the-art spent solvent regeneration. Really, typically people regenerate amine at more than 100 degrees C. That way, the water need to vaporize. The water vapor then need to be cooling, basically condensed. So really, heating and cooling, that costs a lot of energy. So we try to avoid that part. Thirdly, we try to lower CO2 capture cost below to $13 per metric ton. that's the goal. People have talked a lot. Hopefully we can help achieve that goal. Certainly we can generate, high purity CO2. Next page, please. Okay, scope of work. We have, let's just classify the major task into 4 categories. Number 1 is really make and characterize the new catalyst. This kind of catalyst had never been reported before. We're the first group to report this different classification. We postulated, a number of catalytic CO2 capture technology, but using the different catalyst. But this is a new brand or new type of a catalyst. Secondly, we are going to evaluate CO2 capture performance with this catalytic solvent. Okay. Third task is really focus on studying of the CO2 capture technology from perspective of thermodynamics, reaction kinetics, mass transfer, and heat transfer, because a reaction mechanism also, because this study will help us to design to a pilot scale to commercialize, because all design is chemical engineering property. This is a very basic, very fundamental chemical engineering property. We need to do those large scale design. Finally, we are going to do GA. This is something we have to do for all the engineering project. So next page, please. Okay, so certainly, the research team is really consists of members from University of Wyoming and Penn State University. But meanwhile, we have very good collaborator with Nhl. The team is led by Dr. Stenko. So she will work with closely on this several tasks: the catalyst preparation and the calculation, evaluation of the capture technology, and also study on the thermodynamic reaction kinetics. Certainly, mass transfer, heat transfer study is very strong in the Nhl. We will work with them to perform this task at GEA. Hopefully, we are going to work with 2 major teams, basically from 2 different directors, MEM and SEA. Hopefully, we will do not only just research, but also are going to have team member exchange activity. Through this activity, we can really build foundation for future collaboration. Next page, please. So this is PMP. Again, this is I use regular, DOE project organization structure. A user does not have the requirement, but this is what I wrote for this project. So team member, you can see clearly PI, co-PI, collaborator, and Nhl. We have a different responsibility, but meanwhile we have a different interaction. So hopefully through this close organization collaborations, we will, really achieve more than we initially anticipate. So hopefully, results will be better than we expect at the beginning, because because this team is strong, and also we have very good schedule for different collaborations or different tasks. Next page, please. Okay, this is the setup we drew for CO2 capture for this specific project. You can see clearly this setup really consists of 3 parts. The first, if you look at the top left corners, that really is, gas preparation system. We can make a gas like similar to air, similar to the flue gas. This project targets flue gas. However, we want to try to evaluate this system for different gas stream. And the center part is a reactor. Basically, we can use reactor for absorption and desorption. The right side is really a gas monitoring system. People know this very well. I do not want to waste your time here. basically we have a gas ladder we can really collect absorption, CO2 absorption, outlet concentration, and for inlet concentration, as long as we set, for example, 400 ppm or 10%, we don't change it during reaction. But for desorption within the mortar, the CO2 exits concentration at basically at any time, at all the time. So this data, this gas ladder can collect one data every second, very accurate. So next page, please. So this is, we have a multiple CO2 capture setup in my lab, certainly in PSU lab, Penn State lab, Dr. Wang's lab also. So, but this is just two from my lab. But you can see the top one is a relatively small reactor. The second one, the bottom one, is a relatively large reactor. Next page, please. So I do not repeat this, do not read this, but this is well known by everybody. So next page, please. Okay, this is just some data I show you quickly. This is one you can see clearly. This we compute with the paparazine. We are going to use for our project, and the computer with data we collect for with the data collect with MEA. MEA is people typically used. So paparazine perform much better. You can see no matter what, for breakthrough or 90% capture efficiency or 100% capture efficiency, this paparazine is much better, much longer. You can see that many minutes longer than MEA, which means paparazine we choose for capture CO2 really much better than conventional MEA. Next page, please. Okay, clear. We add the catalyst. Okay, we not only use the paparazine, but also we add the catalyst. You can see, the catalyst addition will further improve the performance of paparazine. Certainly, different dosage have different performance. You look at here, it look like 1,000 ppm is the optimal. Certainly, we are not done like 1,250 ppm yet, but still the data show the addition of a catalyst can further increase paparazine performance. That is very good. Next page, please. Okay, here is the 10% is a flue gas. Okay, as I said, we try to evaluate the system really from a different whole spectrum, not only just one gas. You can see this is a clear picture showing this paparazine is also much better than MEA for 10% CO2 capture. Look at the bottom, 10%, 90% CO2 capture efficiency and 100% CO2 capture efficiency in pure CO2 and 90% CO2. Really much longer. Breakthrough much longer. Okay, next page, please. Okay, this page shows you 10%, but with different catalysts with paparazine. You can see also clearly, the catalyst further improve the paparazine performance for 10% CO2 capture. Next page, please. Okay, and also we change the dosage, we change the ratio because it's the composite catalyst. Okay, chlorine chloride and aluminum forming. We change the ratio. You can see the 1-to-1 ratio is best. Is optimal. Certainly, we're going to play much more. We are going to do more tests. Change the ratio. But here we can see a 1-to-1 ratio is better than just the pure paparazine. Next page, please. Okay, so this is just quickly show you we're going to use the in situ online system to do reaction mechanism evaluation. This is online FTR, so we can look at really reaction mechanism, different temperatures and different flow rate, different concentration, and even different pressures actually. So we can see the reaction mechanism intermediate or this is FTR. We have Raman. Raman can help also, but Raman is not really online. This FTR is online. Hopefully, can be used to help to investigate how reaction occurs. Intermediates. that will help us further understanding reaction and help us, basically develop better catalyst. Next page, please. Okay, this is something, we are going to use also for reaction, for solvents, for catalysts, preparations, content like aluminum, we use aluminum format, so this RCP Moths, we can measure the aluminum concentration, something like that. So we can use this instrument to categorize the catalyst solvent and reaction mechanism study also. Next page, please. Finally, I really want to thank the DOE for the support, and also want to thank the UCFER, Dr. Bruce Miller, and and my PSU collaborator, and also my Nhl collaborator, Dr. Stanko, and also DOE project manager, Dr. Carol Leonard. So really, without your support, our project cannot really proceed very well. Really appreciate your great guidance and help, and all the time. Thank you very much. Question, please.
All right, thank you very much, Mahong. It is 4:01, and our Q&A session is to go to 4:10. So I want to open this up to any questions from Mahong's presentation, as well as the last two with Bradley and Theodore. So I haven't seen any questions come in during any of the presentations, but if anyone has any, please feel free to either submit them in the questions box, in the chat box, or raise your hand and we'll unmute you. I suppose while we're waiting for that, so I'm looking at the agenda, and we do have the opportunity to end a little early today if we start Cheng's presentation. Does anybody, well, Cheng, are you on? Did we do a mic check for you? I'm not remembering. Let's see, is Cheng on? Okay, I see you just popped on now. Cheng, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Cheng. I just wanted to do a mic check on you. We're in the Q&A for the carbon capture presentations.
Sure.
Okay, so again, while we're waiting, before we jump into the last presentation, I'm gonna put something into the chat for all of you to have just for your convenience. This link will be sent out to everybody after this meeting via email as well. But just so you have it in more places than one, I just linked the NETL conference proceedings for this annual review meeting. You can access all of the presentations that were given today, as well as the ones that will be given tomorrow. Like I said, this meeting is open to the public, so all information is publicly available. All the references cited in these presentations are available as well. So if you want to follow up on any of these presentations, you are absolutely free to do so. And again, Bruce and the operations management team will be sending out this link once we adjourn the meeting. I'll leave it up to them whether they want to do it both today and tomorrow, or just after tomorrow's session. Okay, so I'm not seeing any questions. I take it that means there won't be any for carbon capture. So Mahong and Theo and Bradley, thank you guys so much for your presentations. If there are any questions that happen to come in, we would probably just address them during the storage Q&A. So why don't we just go ahead and get started with...
This is Theo. I have to go and teach, so I won't be there during my class starts in about 20 minutes.
Okay,
so
no worries.
Anybody who has any questions for me, you can email it to me. Or you can
perfect.
call. So I'll be more than happy to respond individually, okay?
All right, thank you, Theo.
Thank you much, I appreciate it. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Okay, so let's move on to Cheng's presentation. Justin, let's cue it up and, oh, there it is. Okay. Cheng, you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our presentation is entitled Upscaling Experimental Measurements to the Field Scale Using Machine Learning-Based Scale Bridging Data Assimilation Approach. Next slide, please. So I really appreciate the support and the hard work from my collaborators. So we have faculty in graduate students from Virginia Tech, which is the lead PI university. I highly appreciate the support from our NETL collaborators, Dr. Dustin Crandall and Laura Dalton. And we also have collaborator from the Illinois State Geological Survey. We are working with Dr. Sally Greenberg and Sherilyn William Strout. Next slide, please. So some just overview of the task and milestones. So we have finished and completed most of them, and we have a few of them are still in progress. This project will be ending in December 31st this year. So basically,
hello, Ben. Go ahead.
Can you still hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this project, we have different tasks at different scales. At the core scale, we aim to develop supervised and unsupervised machine learning method to segment the X-ray CT imagery from the imaging lab for the NETL, which is located in Morgantown. And at the larger scales, at the core scale and post scale, we also develop physics-informed machine learning models to predict rock samples transport properties based on images without doing direct numerical simulation. So here the transport properties include both the absolute permeability and relative permeability. At the larger scale, we are working with the Illinois Geological Survey to collect log data from the IBDP, which is Illinois Basin Delta Project. We collected log data from their two broad projects, CCS1 and CCS2, and we analyzed the log data using machine learning method, and we incorporate the data into a data assimilation model. So next slide, please. Yeah, just overview that we have generated several journal papers. Next slide, please. We also have given conference presentations for example, as Bruce mentioned this morning, we presented this project results at the Clearwater renewable energy conference this year, and also at the Interpol and also the AGU meeting. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I think the first motivation is how to accelerate the core to larger scale upscaling. This is a typical flow-based or TensorFlow-based upscaling. If you have core samples at the inch or maybe half-inch scale, if you have the transfer properties, you can combine those data and then upscale to the larger scale. So at in NETL's geoimaging lab, we have the X-ray CT scanners to scan different reservoir rocks. So a very typical, based on the conventional way, a typical manner to process the CT data is that first we do a manual segmentation to segment the CT imagery from the raw scale to black and white, or you can say binary data. So you can define the boundaries between solid in the void space, and then you develop your post-scale numerical model based on, for example, the lattice Boltzmann, the ALB method, or maybe finite element to simulate the flow field. So you can analyze and calculate or simulate the permeability, for example, this sample. But this process can be time-consuming because manual image segmentation can take minutes to hours, and it is subject to uncertainties because it's based on human being segmentation. In the second part, when you have the process imagery, you try to build the flow model based on the process binary images. If you are using some computational intensive method like LB modeling, it can take hundreds of hours. So next slide, please. So the way we are trying to do here is that we develop both a supervised and unsupervised image processing method to analyze grayscale CT pictures automatically. And if when the model is well trained, it's possible to achieve the segmentation in at the millisecond scale. All right. And then the second step is we also use machine learning to predict the flow field based on geometry data without solving for example, the Navier-Stokes equation in the postscale. All right. So we try to map the binary CT picture, which is geometry data. We try to connect geometry data to the flow transport dynamics directly. And if the model is trained, we show that this can be done in a few seconds rather than hundreds of hours. Next slide, please. So this is more details about segmentation. The left-hand picture is raw data. Before we can utilize these images for flow dynamics analysis, you need to process this picture and convert the picture into binary. So this process can be slow and has uncertainties, right? If we just manually do that. But on the other hand, for example, in the NETL's geoimaging lab, we have multiple CT scanners at different scales. They can generate like thousands of gigabytes of raw data, raw CT images every week. So that's a tremendous amount. And so we need an efficient and automatic approach to process those large volumes of data. So that's why we are using supervised machine learning. Next slide, please. So for supervised machine learning, we need label. So the label, they also call that ground truth. If you look at the top picture, the label binary image, they are called ground truth, which means you need to you have a hypothesis. So machine learning model is like a black box or hypothesis. First, you need to have the ground truth or label data to train this model, to learn the parameters in the model, and then you use the trained model to predict unseen sample. The unseen sample, which means some images, some raw images the model has never seen before. So you can do the based on the using the trained model. Hopefully, you can predict the correct maybe either a class or maybe a real value for the input information. So that's the testing, which means you use the trained model to predict a sample point, a data sample, which the model has not seen before. So the first step you can see is that training. We need high quality data for training, because based on our experience, your performance of your model actually is highly limited or determined by the quality of your training data. But how do you get a high quality training data? All right, you need to process the raw CT image, and you need to convert the images into black and white. So you cannot do that manually, right? It's kind of like a chicken and egg problem. So the first step is we use indicator kriging to generate high accuracy label data as the training data sets. So that's the very critical first step. Next slide, please. I think based on our previous experience, the most difficult challenge in CT segmentation it's called the partial volume effect, or PVB. It's called partial volume blurring or partial volume effect, which means you might have some boundary. You might have a solid and void space boundary going across a single pixel. So in this case, this pixel is comprised of both solid materials and void space. So the information or X-ray attenuation will be a mix of both materials. So it's very challenging to determine the label of this boundary pixel, because it is affected by both two components. So the method we are using is called information kriging. First, we use a filter to scan the images, so we can determine the area which has a high likelihood being a boundary pixel. So this is a classic equation for calculating the information entropy. right? So the higher the purity in this filter area, the lower the probability that this is a boundary area. So in the second step, we do a multi-Gaussian function fitting to determine. You see the two peaks. They are like I think that the left one is water, and the right one is the solid. So it's very difficult to differentiate between these two components because their grayscale value are very close. And then when we after we use the information entropy scanning, we can determine three areas. The red one is the void space, and the blue area is the in the green area is the solid. So the red and green, they have low information entropy, which means they are very likely that the red stuff is void space and the green stuff is solid. It's quite likely, right? Because the information entropy value is low. But the blue area is uncertain area, which are exactly the boundary regions which has high information entropy, which means these pixels they might be a mix of both solid and void components. So they are uncertain or undetermined. Their label is undetermined. So in the final step is that we calculate the covariance function between in this image. So which means we find the similarity between pixels as a function of the separation distance, and we see a nice exponential style variogram, or you can say covariance function. So we are using something very similar to the ordinary kriging method, which means we are utilizing the covariance, the data covariance between data and unknown, and the covariance between data and data to predict the label of unknown pixel, right? Unknown pixel or uncertain pixel in the boundary region, right? So basically we are using the neighboring pixels which has known labels which are determined, like either solid or void space. We are using the labels in the surrounding neighbors to determine the probability of the label of undetermined pixel in the boundary areas. Next slide, please. So how do we know? How do we know that this indicator kriging method is working? So first we created a artificial spherical packing. We know the ground truth, which means we know where exactly the boundary is, and then we apply RPSF, which is radius of the point spread function. So you can the x-axis is the point spread function radius, which means you can imagine that it's the larger this radius, the more blurring effect you have, the more challenging to the more significant the boundary, the partial volume effect is. So you can see with the increase of the point spread function radius, the indicator kriging, which is the red solid line, still has the highest accuracy compared to other conventional segmentation, which means under the same inference of boundary blurring effect, that the indicator kriging method give us the best accuracy. So we use this method to generate our training data because the quality of the segmentation. Next slide, please. And then, so the first step, we answer the question, how we generate high quality training data, because that's the very critical first step. And the second step is that when we have the training data, how we build the machine learning model, we use something called the UNet++. So on the left hand side, you have a conventional UNet, right, which has an encoder and decoder. On the right hand side, that's the UNet model we use, which has, you can see all the skip connections. And the purpose is to aggregate features extracted at different spatial scales. So which is a state-of-the-art supervised machine learning model, UNet++. Next slide, please. So here we just compare the performance of the UNet++ with other UNet, UNet and YUNet method. So we use something called error map, which means there are 4 components in this picture. In the raw image, you can see we have pyrite, which is white because of the high density, and we have sandstone, which is solid. We have CO2, which is light gray, and we have water, which is light gray, and we have injected CO2, which is black. So these samples are from cold flooding experiment from the Netl geoimaging lab. So we have 4 components here. So for each pixel has a probability for the 4 components. So we are going to compare the prediction in the ground truth. Right? If in the ground truth this is the CO2 pixel and the prediction is a CO2 pixel, then it's a successful prediction. And the color on this pixel is marked as white. But if the ground truth, like say it's a solid, it's a sandstone, but the prediction it's a pyrite, then it's an incorrect prediction, and the color on this local pixel will be marked as black. So you can see using the if you look at the error map or difference map, you can see the UNet model and YUNet model. They have a relatively large area over the boundaries. Right, the black color, which means they are wrong or mistaken predictions over the boundary. But if you use a UNet++, which on the right-hand side, UNet++, you can see the area of the black region is relatively small, which means the prediction accuracy is higher. Next slide, please. So this picture to show you that the convergence of the UNet++, right? So first you can see if you look at the validation accuracy versus the epoch, I can see a UNet++ converge faster compared to a conventional UNet model, and the overall validation accuracy is higher. Next slide, please. So the next component we have is unsupervised machine learning, which means if we don't have any training data, what do we do? We can use unsupervised machine learning, which means we don't need any label. We don't need any label data. So we can still segment the pictures. Next slide, please. So this is the architecture of our unsupervised machine learning model, which means basically we first use a neural network to extract the labels from the pictures. So labels, they are kind of like intermediate labels, which means, and then we use the labels as in the supervised machine learning model to train and then we use intermediate labels to train a supervised machine learning model, and then we do a back propagation to reduce the loss function, and then after this we update the parameters so we can go forward again to generate new temporary labels, or you can say intermediate labels. So it's like a dynamic process between the forward and backward. Eventually we use this unsupervised machine learning model to predict 3 labels: the injected supercritical CO2, the water, which is brine in the rock, in the solid. Next slide, please. So this picture to show you the performance of the unsupervised machine learning model. If you look at the middle picture, the middle panel, if you use the conventional grayscale-based cutoff or thresholding, you can see you kind of miss the features inside this the center of the picture. Because if you look at the raw picture, it's clear that you have a solid in the water, and then you have a black area CO2, right? But if you just use a single thresholding method, you kind of overestimate the water. Right? By using the unsupervised machine learning model, we extract, not only utilize the green scale value, but also we account for the continuity in the feature and texture of the pictures. So if you look at the unsupervised machine learning model, we successfully segment the rock inside the big water droplet and also the small CO2 bubble. Next slide, please. In this picture to show you that the unsupervised machine learning model has a great noise tolerance. So we artificially add some background Gaussian noise, and we see that the unsupervised machine learning segmentation actually is not affected by the background noise. Next slide, please. So some result in discussion, I'm not going to read through that, but I think eventually we know that for the supervised machine learning model, we can, after training, we can achieve a high quality segmentation in millisecond scale. And if we don't have any training data, we can go with the unsupervised learning. And after the training, the prediction process can be as short as a second scale. Next slide, please. And the second important component is physics informed. So that's the top image show you that how we use geometry information to predict flow in transfer property, right? So if you are using the conventional geometry to flow mapping, basically you just flow some geometry information into the model and then you predict the flow field, right? So that's a traditional image to dynamics mapping. But note that in order to conserve some important physics principle, we think that it's better to also add some low resolution flow field. If you look at the red text, we can coarsen the images on a coarser mesh, and then we run Lattice-Boltzmann method to get the flow information. And the advantage of that is that LB is very sensitive to the resolution. When you coarsen your mesh, you reduce your computing time significantly, and you still have some physics information you can throw into the model. So this is important, especially for Vagi carbonate, which means you have some large pore space. This can be important. I'm showing you next slide, please. So the two pictures here, you see, if you don't use the coarse velocity, that's validation, right? The validation error is 11%. But if you add a little bit coarse velocity into the model, that's the second model, you can reduce your validation error to 7.44%. So that's not a significant improvement, right? So look at the bottom row. You have a Vagi pore space, which means you have big fracture or large pore space in the reservoir. So this is a very special geometry. And the model has never seen this geometry before, which means this is unseen sample. All right, so let's see what the performance is if you have an unseen sample. And then you look at the first model without the coarse velocity input, the validation error is as high as 60%. But if you add a little bit coarse flow velocity in the input, you can reduce your validation error to 17.74%. So this is unseen geometry data sample, right? So with some physics included in the model, you greatly reduce your generation error. So what's generation error? Generation error is just the difference between your training error and your validation error, right? So with the flow information included, your model you can better generalize your model to other unseen data samples. Next slide, please. This is just the model architecture. You can see we incorporated the flow information on the bottom of the network. Next slide, please. So I guess I'm a little bit behind the schedule, so maybe I need another 3 or 4 minutes. So I think the next component is we also working with the Illinois Basin project to collect field login data for the IBDP in the CCS2 project. So next slide, please. So this is in progress task, which means my students is still working on this. And the motivation is that wheel login interpretation can be time consuming, in which also requires a rich experience, the time in. So we are thinking that to use a well-trained machine learning model, which will allow beginners to obtain a good interpretation result. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. So some preliminary data here, we use different machine learning model like support vector regression and also deep neural network, which is like fully connected neural network. So the purpose of this model is to predict, I think, the chords, the volume fraction of chords. So if you look at the bottom picture, the x-axis is true value, and the y-axis is a model prediction, which is a real value output. So you can see we achieve the fully connected model achieve a good prediction accuracy for this task, which is to predict the mineral fraction. Next slide, please. And the next, I think the last task we have is how to utilize the field observation to predict something important, which, for example, relative permeability, KR. So relative permeability, KR, is an intermediate hidden variable because we don't with our field observation, we don't observe KR directly, right? We can only observe something like oil and gas saturation in each geological or reservoir model cell. So that's our observation, right? But we want to use that to match to get our KR, the relative permeability curve. So this is our model to connect a neural network with a physics forward model. In KR here, it's like a middle or intermediate variable. Next slide, please. And we use something called DAFI, which is from my co-PI's laboratory. It's called data assimilation in field inversion, which means we have physics forward model and we have inverse model based on ENKF and other relevant method. So the purpose is to match our the field observation, and then we come up with the KR curves. Next slide. So the student in my co-PI's lab is using a benchmark scenario from the flow simulation model to. So in this case, he's trying to learn the KR curve, the relative permeability, from a gas injection case. Next slide, please. So in this case, they have the ground truth. The red curve, for example, is the gas relative permeability, which is ground truth. So I think in the very first step, he's trying to use this model to learn the KR. I think in this very first step, he's using a Corey model, but which is unable to match to the ground truth, because the ground truth KR geometry is more complicated, which cannot be represented by a power law component. So that's why we come up with the design to use a neural network to represent, or maybe in the future, maybe polynomial function to represent the KR curve. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think that's all for my presentation today. We are using machine learning method for different applications like image segmentation, flow dynamics prediction, and also relative permeability, KR curve prediction, or data assimilation. So I think they have been very successful in our technical tasks. And I think the next question we have is that how we use machine learning and data sciences to identify and to solve big questions in subsurface, environmental and energy engineering. Thank you. That's all my presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Cheng. That was a great presentation. Could you? So we have a question from Sham. He's the UCFER technical director at Netl. Could you please say a bit more about how the course flow file was generated?
The course flow field, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, so basically, if you want to use the original resolution, you just use the city picture. Let's say from Dustin's geoimaging lab, let's say the city images has original resolution, let's say 1000 pixel by 1000 pixel. So if you want to use original resolution, you just build your mesh on this 1000 by 1000 picture. But it's very expensive. So computationally expensive. So the way we do that, the coarsening, is that we just combine some. For example, if we want to coarsen this picture by 2 times, right? You just combine 2 pixels in 1 dimension, and then over the 2 dimension, it's like you combine 4 pixels into 1 pixel. So in this case, you reduce your dimension by a factor of 2 in each dimension. In total, in the 2-dimensional space, is like 4 times coarsening. Yeah, so actually in this application, I think we coarsen the digital image by more than a factor of 2. I think it's like I think it's from 128 to 32. So it's like 4 times coarsening in 1 dimension. So in the 3-dimensional space is 4 times 4 times 4. So that's in total 64 times reduction of the number of computational cells. All right. So yeah, I hope this answered the question.
Great, thank you. Sham, did you have any follow-up or Was that good?
That was good. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, great. So based on the agenda, I mean, we've done pretty good on time. In fact, we're right to the minute. So I'm going to go ahead and just deliver some closing remarks. So for those of you who stuck it through to the very end and were here from the beginning, we did run into some technical issues as far as as far as some lag was concerned. These things are just inherent to a virtual meeting. So I appreciate all of your patience, and we just from our own experience, things will always go faster if we are the ones controlling all of the slides versus waiting for everyone to pull up the slides and share the screens on their end. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, and for those of you attending tomorrow, the meeting will begin promptly at, sorry, I have to get my agenda up, 11 a.m. So opening remarks will be delivered by Dr. Sean Plasinski. I'll give my same administrative overview. The NETL, the link to all of the conference proceedings for both today and tomorrow have been posted in the chat, but the OMT, the Operations Management Team at Penn State, will also be sending out the link to the conference proceedings as well. So I'm going to quickly pass it over to Bruce if you have any closing remarks for today before we adjourn.
I was just going to say, I just wanted to thank all the presenters for today. And as far as the link, what I think we'll do is we'll wait until after tomorrow so we have a final attendees list, because we'll send it out to all the attendees, and as well as to some of the faculty who are part of UCFER but weren't giving presentations today and may not have been attending the meeting.
Okay, perfect. So just a quick preview. Tomorrow's session will include projects in our cross-cutting research portfolio, advanced cold processing, fuel cell technologies, gasification and coal biomass to liquids, natural gas technologies, and rare earth elements. So if any of those interest you, please make the time to attend. The agenda is completely up to date, so you'll know exactly when your presentation starts. With that, I have nothing more to add. Thank you all once again for attending, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 11 a.m. Have a good afternoon or evening.